All right. It is 6:05 p.m. We are at 100 Polk Avenue. I call this meeting to order. This is our regular city council meeting. And at this time, Councilmember Davis, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. All right. All finished there? City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Here.
Mayor Morrison?
Here.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
Here.
All right, everyone's here. This time we're going to go into the public participation portion of the meeting. I've got some cards filled out here. Again, if you want to participate, please get those in before we close public hearing. First one on the list here is Miss Cassie Farrell, resident here. Looks like wants to speak on the Roundabout. Hi, Cassie. Please introduce yourself and address. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cassie Farrell. I live in the Polk Palms Mobile Home Park, so I am about halfway of Cape Canaveral because I'm the far south end of Cape Canaveral. The Roundabout, I don't necessarily feel is going to impact me like it will some homeowners who are going to have to make a different exit from their house. Should I put it closer? Am I screeching from the But I have had many experiences with roundabouts. I lived summers in Sarasota when that one was built, and it was a disaster. The Vieira one I know people bring up a lot, and this company did not build the Vieira one, so they say it won't matter. My issue with this whole thing is that our community is made up of primarily visitors, tourists, and we also have a very older population, myself included. When I get a roundabout and it's a new roundabout, I'm confused. I am confused. I know how to do it. And if I lived in my old hometown of Bayport, Long Island, and they were building a roundabout in Main Street, we'd all know about it for months. We'd all have information from our city council. We'd all know how to use it because it's not a tourist area. Here, every single day for those cruises, how many people were on those cruise boats? 4,000? We have an influx of 4,000 people that come in, and they come in the night before, and they all want to go out to dinner. They all want to go down to Ron John's and get their souvenir. And they're all going to hit that roundabout and not have a clue what they're doing. I know that statistically speaking, roundabouts increase safety. I don't think in our situation that applies. Also, the other issue that I have is when we had that meeting with the Florida Department of Transportation, they told us that the main purpose is to slow down traffic. If that were the case, then why don't we have it as soon as we come over that hill and come down into what is the beginning of Cape Canaveral? Why wait all the way until you get down to the Cumberland Forest? You've passed all those businesses, they count too. There's all those homes down there, that counts. There's families that live there that want to be using those streets. So to say that it's slowing down traffic for the city of Cape Canaveral, I think that's not exactly the true reason if you're putting it there. Put it at the beginning. When you're coming up those signs, I drive home from the airport all the time, and I'm guilty of, I'm going highway speed. I'm going 75, 80. And I hit those cruise ships and I realize I better slow down because I know that it turns to 45 when you go over the hill. I know most people don't who are here as tourists, but if you had big signs at that hill saying roundabout coming up, and it was the entrance to the city of Cape Canaveral, it would be beautiful. But to put it all the way down there makes no sense, in my opinion. And the tourist issue, I think, is our biggest reason not to have it. Because we're going to have people who are unfamiliar with that circle every single day. So I don't think it's going to achieve the things that they wanted it to achieve. So therefore, I am opposed to it. Any questions on what I see?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Perfect timing. Yeah. I didn't get to say it, but that was perfectly within the 3 minutes. A green light means start, yellow means you've got 30 minutes or 30 seconds left, and then red obviously means stop. So thank you very much, Ms. Farrell. Next one is Mr. William Hodge, also wants to talk about the roundabout. Hello, Mr. Hodge.
Hello, Council. Bill Hodge, 369 Coral Drive.
My wife and I are opposed to the roundabout plan for the city of Cape Canaveral. We do support the realignment of International Drive to make a four-way stoplight at A1A and North Atlantic Avenue. Please ask FDOT to stop the work they are doing until this can be put on a ballot for the voters to decide if this project is approved by the voters. The citizens will continue to fight this even if the FDOT approves it. Roundabouts have been removed after being built. Most of the people we have talked to will not use the roundabout if it's built. They will use the city side streets, which will greatly impact and overcrowd them, be a safety hazard to pedestrians, bicycles, skateboards, so forth. The city will have additional maintenance for these streets because of the overuse. City taxpayers will be the ones who pay for the maintenance and repairs of the city roads. Residents of Cape Canaveral and Cocoa Beach that travel A1A corridor through Cape Canaveral on a regular basis are not convinced that installation of a roundabout at this intersection of A1A and International Drive is in the best interest of the community. Nor do they believe the roundabout plan rendering provides the safest approach to change. We are imploring you to work with the Florida Department of Transportation and get them to offer alternate designs to a roundabout. Safety issues. We have thousands of tourists, events, launches, foreign visitors, and cruise passengers that will travel this roundabout area and are not familiar with them along with the local citizens. The oil tankers, large semi-trailers, boat trailers, large RVs, trucks with boats, including the super boats, fire engines, school buses, will have a difficult time. Talk to anybody that drives a big rig. We need the speed limits lowered and enforced. We need reasonable, logical, and practical improvements to improve safety of pedestrians, bicycles, and drivers without putting them in a roundabout. And last but least, definitely pushing again that we need to get a voter turnout, get it put on the ballot. Let's find out if the majority of the citizens want it, and I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Okay. Next one on here, Miss Sarah Hodge.
And good at night, council. I, of course, support what you just said and all the other speakers so far. The main thing I have is that why did they even continue the FDOT after their study of 84% opposing it at that large meeting? They should have held off the design. This is a I've heard up to $1.7 million design, the 17-point-something million project. So everything should have been stopped until they did all their presentations that they were supposed to, find out what the community wanted. Well, they've only done a few, and that's because I guess nobody's really wanted to. And a lot of them have opposed it, and that's probably why they quit doing it. And we have this reason that they're doing the roundabout is because it will be safer, and it will be much less deaths, but it will be more accidents. Now, the problem is their own statistics that was sent to me by Mr. Miller, the head of the project, said for the last 5 years at that intersection, there has been 0 deaths and 47 accidents. And how can they keep touting that the reason they're doing it is to make it safer? But I won't take up your time, but I know that the citizens are not giving up. They're going to keep fighting. We're talking petition, initiative petition. It will be forced on the ballot if it continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Right. Mr. Bruce Robertson. Mr. Robertson, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
I'm Bruce Robertson. I'm a long-term resident on Washington Avenue. What Bill and Sarah said. No, I'm here to support the mayor, and I'm here to support the 84% of the people who attended the meeting at the Radisson, of which I was one. who oppose this FDOT roundabout stream for the intersection of North Atlantic and International and A1A. On a personal level, the reason I oppose it is I'm a pedestrian. I don't drive. My granddaughter lives on International. I crossed that intersection 4 times on Saturday, taking her to the beach. I put her in her car, she's 5 years old. I wheel her, press the button, I get a timer, I'm protected by 5 red lights. 5 red lights, that stops traffic. And I can roll her and her little friends over a very busy intersection and take them to the beach. Under this roundabout scheme, everything I've seen from 8 months ago at FDOT, those lights are gone. There are no more lights. There are no more red lights. There are yield signs. My 5-year-old granddaughter, Annie, is going to be protected by a yield sign? That's unacceptable. And I don't think anybody in this room, if they had grandchildren or children, would find that acceptable. What about the businesses on the east side? What Franny's is already gone. The guys invested about $300,000 in the Mexican restaurant to try to refurbish that. That's going to be gone. The Coin Laundry's already said if the roundabout goes in, they're gone. What about the lamppost? That's a city institution. They're going to be gone. You know, we all talk about home rule in this building, in this chamber. I would think everybody here tonight believes in home rule. I would hope everybody on the council believes in home rule. That a nameless, faceless, unelected bureaucrat in Tallahassee can tell us what's best for our community. A council member said a very profound thing when this first started. He said, not here tonight, but he said, in reference to the roundabout, if FDOT has to work this hard and this long to convince folks that the roundabout is a good idea, well, maybe it isn't. She's right. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea for that intersection. It's not a good idea for Cape Canaveral. And we are requesting that the council go on record affirming that with a resolution saying it's not the right thing for Cape Canaveral. It may be the right thing for Vieira, it may be the right thing for Sarasota, but not for Cape Canaveral. Not for me, not for pedestrians that are trying to get across it. Not for first responders who are going to be tied up on Monroe and Jackson in that spider web when minutes count trying to save lives. Not for the traffic that's going to be diverted down to Cape View when my granddaughter's trying to get there. So let's pass a resolution opposing this. Let's stand up for home rule, which I think everybody wants. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Mr. Jay Petty. Hi, Mr. Petty. How are you doing?
Thanks for this opportunity. My name is Jay Petty. I'm a resident of Puerto Del Rio for about 20 years. And I don't often take this opportunity, although I thank you for it. But I think the roundabout is an issue that really needs a lot more attention than it's been getting. I'll try not to compete with the folks before me and repeat what they've said. But I think that during our meeting, even at Puerto Del Rio, when we had a small community meeting, FDOT mentioned that they had plans already for the area just entering Cape Canaveral on A1A to help slow traffic. And they have the plan for the roundabout, but the roundabout is where they've taken their aim to begin. Just doesn't make sense logically to me that you would start there, let all the traffic just rush in and use that to slow it. Seems like if they're going to have a plan, it should be continuous and flow. I would recommend that if you council feel that it's necessary to go with the roundabout, to ask them for some kind of plan that is logical, that would show how they're going to slow traffic all the way through and in one continuous plan. On the other hand, I really don't support the roundabout. I would think that it would behoove the council to come up with, as Bruce mentioned, a resolution of what you determine to be the right way to go. Whether it be using the roundabout and the entrance changes that they want to make. But I think really the four-way stop at International and North Atlantic crossing A1A would be more logical. Where people are used to red lights, traffic lights, and good crosswalks. I would think that in view of that, we would also want to add stoplights along A1A to, in fact, stop or slow traffic. And drop the speed limit on A1A to 35. It is elsewhere. You enter Cocoa Beach and it's 35 miles an hour. So, thing with what Bruce said, I think it would behoove you to come up with a plan to continue with whatever FDOT has decided they're going to do, but ask them to make whatever their plan is logical. Decide what you think is the best way to go about things, which I would hope is the four-way stop sign or stop intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petty. It's like Mr. Hugh Coleman, is that correct? Hi, Mr. Coleman, how are you?
Hi, my name is Hugh Coleman. I live in the Bayport condominiums across the street from Manatee Park. And I just want to take this opportunity to voice my opposition to the roundabout. Everybody's comments are spot on. Some of the figures were low. The quantity of tourists are much higher than 4,000. There's 4,000 per ship. You look at how many ships are in there on the daily, that's, you can do the math. I grew up in an area that had roundabouts, and I spent many years driving on roundabouts. They're all gone now in that area. This is up in the Northeast, and they're gone because they weren't safe. The area where the proposal is to install this roundabout is not big enough by a long shot to put in a safe roundabout. And I echo the request to have the city council put in a resolution stating what your official position is. And I want to make a simple suggestion. If the idea of the roundabout is to slow traffic down, lower the speed limits. It's that simple. If you're trying to slow down traffic, lower the speed limit. That's what that's for. A roundabout is not for lowering speed limits, or it shouldn't be considered to be for lowering speed limits. And if people want to speed, well, that's a revenue source. Pay for realigning roads. Some other people ran a little bit long, so I'm giving you back your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Okay. Ms. Gwendolyn Hagar? Got mine. Hello, Ms. Hagar, how are you?
My name is Gwendolyn Hagar. I live at 509 Washington. I did purchase a different home because my original home is at 172 Long Point, which is right on A1A at the Rotary. And so when I learned about it, I immediately started looking for a safer, quieter, less congested area to live in. So I took it upon myself to make that move. I'm now down by Cape View. My biggest concern after being at 172 for a number of years is pedestrian safety. I think that's one of the primary problems we're having. I'm not sure a roundabout is going to resolve that. We see people running across the street from all the hotels to McDonald's, to all the restaurants. I continuously see people running across that road all the time. They're on skateboards or they're on bicycles. I see, moms and dads with two kids trying to cross the road. I see them going between all of those hotels. They're just newly built. But I'm still not seeing where there's any true pedestrian safety going in as part of this initiative, such as an overpass to help, pedestrians move more safely from one side to the other. So my opposition to the roundabout is that I just don't think it's been clearly thought out enough to include the amount of pedestrian safety that we need to ensure for our families, our children, our tourists, anybody coming into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Peg Schuller. Ms. Schuller, how are you? Doing good, thank you.
I am not here to talk about the roundabout. Sorry, everybody. What I'm here to discuss is, I was at the strategic planning meeting in March 30th, and one of the questions, or one of the things that was brought up by myself and others, was the ability for the city council to reduce the number of parking spaces required for businesses. And I'm just here today to reach out to you guys to say, can that make its way to an agenda item? Can we have further discussion about that? My opinion is that we are very walkable, bikeable, as you have heard. And also with a lot of tourists that come in for the cruise ships, they're not here. They did not drive here. They flew in, they took transportation that the cruise ships provide for them. And we have a lot of traffic that is not driven by the need for a parking space. And I'm asking City Council to eliminate that requirement and have the occupancy based strictly on what the fire department deems safe. And that is how, if somebody rides a skateboard, or if they walk, or if they Uber, or if they jog, or if they take an electric car, however they get to my establishment is on them. It's not on me, provided if they park illegally, if they park unsafely, I certainly would expect our city to cite them, or to ticket them, or to remove them if they're in a position that makes anyone else unsafe. But as long as they get to my location safely, I would like to be able to welcome them. I'm asking for this to get on the docket, or to this to get to the agenda, because I have some business decisions to make, and I'm not able to make them without knowing the outcome of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schuller. All right. Miss Jenny Dershka. Hello, Miss Dershka. How are you? Hope he gets to feeling better.
Yeah. I do have some pictures on here that I'd love to put up there, but I don't know if we can. I'm Jenny Dershka, and I have a property at 7801 Ridgewood Avenue, and I'm here to speak about the specimen tree, which is not a topic for discussion tonight, but a decision has already been made. But I wanted to say that the specimen tree and the canopy it makes with the tree next to it in the Cape Canaveral City Park have incalculable value. The deep shade of the canopy, even trimmed back away from the shade structures, is far superior and provides cooling of the land and of the building. And these two pictures that I've given to you, the first photo on the right shows a market that does have shade structures which do cool somewhat, as you can see there. The second photo shows a park with large trees. The effect of the trees on cooling in an urban environment is clear. The Cape Canaveral City Park is concrete and grass and tiny trees that will not be able to provide shade for years. The specimen tree is established and will provide cooling, habitat, and oxygen as it always has. The mistake made by the city and/or the contracted designer to put shade structures on the north side of the splash pad is an unfortunate error. The shade structure should be on the south side of the splash pad, and the tree would have been out of harm's way. Any liability now is a result of this error. The cost of the splash pad is minor to this multi-million-dollar project, and the damage this tree can cause to it is a worst case scenario and is unlikely. The damage to the tree roots is the arborist's best guess. He can't actually know the exact position of all the roots, and he may be incorrect. With truly skilled trimming and a root barrier, which I have offered to pay half of, the canopy may be saved. It is a typical sand live oak tree with a rounded short crown, wide forks. It is not rotten. It is very fit and very little lateral weight, which would make it hazardous if it had a lot of outgoing structures. It has evolved to be resilient in our climate. Help it help us maintain our climate and let it live. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you a question to clarify. The
Yes.
last three words was "let it live," right?
Yes.
Is that your position on it? I know you've been following this closely.
Yes, that
Okay.
is my
It was abundantly clear, but I just want to, because
Was I confusing?
no, I just, thank you for clarifying.
Okay,
You were not confusing. It's good, and this was very helpful.
okay.
Thank you. Okay, and we might have some folks, first of all, if I had a few comment cards. If you turn one in and you did not speak, please let me know or raise your hand, and looks like none. Looking at home, Daniel, Deputy City Clerk, do we have any?
Yes, sir. Mr. Patrick Campbell has his hand raised. Mr. Campbell, I'll lower your hand and unmute you. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Mr. Campbell. We hear you loud and
Thank you.
clear.
Thank you. I too am opposed to the roundabout for all the reasons that have already been said. I also would like very much for the city leadership, including city management, to put out a resolution or put out a document that indicates they support it or don't support it. We know that 80% of people who are willing to raise their hand are against the roundabout. What we don't know is the people that maybe don't even know yet that it's being done. The rest of the residents in Cape Canaveral, we don't know what they think. And I would also like the city to do something to get a comprehensive answer on support or not by the citizens of Cape Canaveral before you do the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. That the only one? Okay. With that, public comment is closed. I know that a few of the issues that were brought up tonight, I just want to address. They're on the informational items only, which is kind of a one-way. We've either requested for some update. We wanted to see it in this packet every month. For example, we get the budget. I'm not going to vote on anything, but as we're making decisions, we can always have it ready. And we've got a few other items. At the last meeting, we had requested, I think I did, was to get an update on how the roundabout, which was a big part of public comment, what was going on there. Earlier, gosh, I guess January or maybe even prior to last year, I'd put on the agenda to draft a resolution to oppose it. And at that time, they said, no, we want to go out and do some one-on-one. This was coming out after the 82% or 84% opposed it. And they said, FDOT came, presented, they showed us another option, which was something we hadn't had, which was very valuable, traditional intersection. And they basically said the rest of A1A will not look the same. And since then, I think roughly 90 days have passed since March, and they launched the A1A tomorrow sessions where they were meeting one-on-one, really listening to why people opposed it. We heard a lot of reasons tonight. Mr. Jay Petty, who spoke, I think was one of the first, also Councilmember Willis, condo associations who took that opportunity and spoke. And in our report, we got that roughly a half dozen, 6, 7, 8 maybe, have requested it. A session has been done at the one condo association led by FDOT. The fire department, I believe, had an information session, and also a commercial property owner and organization Ocean Partners, I think it was, had done it. And so as this started to raise awareness and the media started reaching out, the citizens overall do not oppose or do not support this from my engagement and what I'm seeing from FDOT's engagement. FDOT is engaged one-on-ones. They did the big workshops. I've applauded FDOT's efforts to reach out. And so my request today is that this is arguably, looking at the 2018 survey, probably the most credible survey the city has ever done in 60 years, over close to, I think, 2,000 respondents, which is a decent sample size of this community, said A1A was a top issue, if not number one. It's where people are actually getting killed. I mean, in the city, we don't have high homicides, but that's where blood is being shed. That's a dangerous place. And for bikers, walkers, pedestrians, as we've heard. And so my request is that council, I think, acknowledges, there's no debate on the acknowledgement of the seriousness of A1A, but we should do something tonight, as we can't take action, but I believe we should consider putting a resolution on at a future council meeting. As it says here, the council may schedule items not on the agenda at regular items to act upon them in the future. So August is coming, and between now and August, whether we're for it or against it, to say nothing as a council, to stay in limbo and to do nothing. If I wanted the roundabout to go forward, I would continue to do as this council has had. And from my position and what I'm seeing, I oppose this roundabout fully. I just went to Sarasota. I drove through roundabouts, all 15 of them. The modern one, the one that was under construction. I took tons of video, pictures. Different city, different population, different layout. Here, it doesn't fit. I drove through some of them fine, some of them were a little quirky, but I keep coming back to the citizens of Cape Canaveral. And in the engineering formula of safety, cost, where is citizen desire in that formula? And that's where we as a council have a role to play, to say, I know the engineers say it's the safest, but FDOT has said, here are your two options. This is an opportunity to say, stay with the roundabout or not. And my request is that we put this on the August agenda, direct our city attorney to draft up, or not only a revised resolution for the roundabout, but take the resolution we had and to make any revisions to specify exactly what this community wants. We want to say for A1A, and that's it. So I wanted to take a minute to address that and see if council has any comments on it. I just don't want to move on. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Well, at this point, I understand where you're coming from. I respect your opinion about the roundabout, but I have met people that are for the roundabout. The one thing about FDOT is they have asked for 1 to 2 years to be able to talk to the people of the city to see what they want. To take a vote now, to me, is shocking, because we say that we want to listen to all the people in the city. All the people have not had the opportunity, one, to get educated from FDOT and to see what their opinion is. My association where I live has not had the opportunity. They are speaking with FDOT in the fall. So until all people, which we're supposed to represent, have the opportunity to speak to FDOT and to see how they feel, I'm opposed to making a vote. We have the right to hear all people, and all people have the right to be educated and have the opportunity to speak to FDOT. So I will be opposed to that until all, my association hasn't had a chance. There's others that are waiting. So until then, I will be opposed.
I love that idea. How many people until we have enough? How many activities do we need to do before it's sufficient?
Well, we know that there are people out there that are waiting to talk to FDOT. I can't give you exact number. All I can say is that people have the right to speak to them, and until they have that opportunity, I don't think their opinion is just as valuable as yours. So
Absolutely.
I would like to respect the people that want to talk to FDOT.
And so when there's no more people that have any more questions, when it kind of gets quiet, that's the time to move forward with the roundabout?
I think we'll know at the time. FDOT's offered to take 1 to 2 years, so I think we need to give them the time to see what the people want.
Okay. And At a minimum, I believe we need a discussion item on the roundabout at a minimum to address this, because I don't want to address it tonight. But I think that there's some confusions. If this is supposed to start in 1 to 2 years, the concern with the citizens is this is inching forward. They're continuing to spend money on advancing this roundabout. So if FDOT's willing to stop spending money on advancing the roundabout, I think that's a fine thing. But this project's moving forward, and the citizens who are speaking up, I think we're hearing them.
But I think
I want to
there's-
hear all as well. We just have to draw the line somewhere or set a goal. 20% of the population, 15 condos. I don't know what that is.
But I think the people that are for are not speaking up. You know, if you sent out a mailer, and who do you think you're going to get a certain amount of people that are going to be against? You'll get some for, and then you'll get a lot that don't even respond. I mean, there's so many different ways of looking at this. So I think until we have all the information, there's no reason to do it.
Now, okay, thank you. Councilman Willis, any comments?
Yes, I've gotten all of the emails from everyone, and I've acknowledged most of them. If I haven't, I apologize for that. But we, even in our report here, we have 7 condo associations that have expressed interest. So to Mr. Campbell's point, we need to listen to them. We need to give FDOT the opportunity to go through with the process that you and the rest of us agreed to. And I know that they're not going to put shovel in the ground until 2026. So going on for 6, 8 months, whatever, won't be a problem. So I would like to at least give them the opportunity to listen to the other condo associations that have expressed an interest. But I will agree with you that the majority of the responses I'm getting are opposing it. So there could be a doable compromise with FDOT. Maybe they come to us with a compromise after they have spoken to some more of these condo associations or homeowners associations. I say we let them continue that and then see where we are in maybe 6 months or something like that.
Okay. The one clarifying question on this, the deadline to express interest in the roundabout, that's passed, is that right?
Lisa, can you talk to what those deadlines were?
Sure. There were actually 2 emails that were sent out. The first wave of emails had a deadline of May 31st, 2022. There was not a huge response at that time, and we felt that maybe what would happen is that the condo association registered agents needed additional time to reach out to their condo board members. So with that said, we reissued the second email and gave them till June 30th to discuss it with their HOA registered agents. And so that June 30th deadline came and went, and then I provided FDOT with the results from what was received.
So the deadline, obviously we're in July 19th, it's passed. And so I just want to get alignment on the expectation here is that we've got in queue roughly 7, 8 maybe that have expressed an interest that have not had the opportunity to hear the FDOT presentation. Is that right?
Okay, so when I had sent out the original list, the email, there were 51 contacts that received the email. The second wave, there were 41 who got the second set of emails. From that, we had 6 respond directly to the city manager's office.
Hold on one second, Lisa. If I don't know if it's Mayor Pro Tem or Councilmember Raymond, but if you could mute your microphone, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so 6 reached out to the city manager's office, and I provided FDOT with that information. But in talking with FDOT, they had reached out to others as well that I have no knowledge of.
as far as after getting the list. So I don't know how many have responded to them.
Okay, so is the goal that they get a chance to reach out to all of those, and then at the end of that, we'll have a better understanding?
At the last TPO meeting, I spoke with Secretary Tyler regarding the the outreach that they were trying to do. And his account is somewhat different from what we just heard. They are still trying to get in touch with residents, HOAs, and they are trying to set up additional meetings.
So it might be more time-based. Where did the 1 to 2 year time frame come from that I think I heard? I don't recall that. That they need 1 to 2 years. Where was that? Was that written anywhere? Or?
That was the discussion that they had with me when I brought it to council, and I said they're asking permission for staff to help be matchmakers, to put them together with associations. They had told me that they wanted to have a year or two to do that. It was verbal.
Do you know if they're spending money on advancing the roundabout? I think they've already spent. I mean, they finished the roundabout design. Some of the comments we heard tonight. That's my concern.
I don't know, but we could certainly ask them back for another update if you like, Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but I know that at the end of these condos, to turn 82%, I mean, you knock off 20%, you're still 60-40. This is very lopsided. And I think that we're losing trust in the citizens the longer that we push this out. And this council knows this is FDOT's road. They can do whatever they want with it. But today, we've heard everything. In our world, as we're drivers, we're in a position to put it out there. And there's no greater way to wake up a sleeping majority of people, if they exist, to come out when they hear that their council took a position on it. And so I think FDOT wants to know the council's position. They intended to do that from the beginning. So to me, if we voted on a resolution, they can continue with the workshops, and we can change our minds, but to continue limbo, it's creating a lot of anxiety in this community that this project continues to move forward, and the majority of the people feel like they're against it.
Excuse me, Mayor. Angela Raymond has dropped off the phone call. I don't know if it's voluntary or if there was an issue with that. So I just want to let you know she's not on the phone. I'll continue to try to reach her.
Okay. Anthony, are there any implications with that or anything you need to do for council members? Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. The emails that were sent out, Lisa, 51 the first time, 41 the second time, how many responses did we get that were positive for the roundabout out of those?
The responses were not negative or positive. What the responses were they were an interest in meeting with the FDOT, and all I did was provide FDOT with the information, the contact information, so that they could set up further meetings with them.
Okay, and do we know if any of them followed through with their meetings with the DOT?
Some of the responses that I received, at least 2 of them had asked to have their meetings not occur until the fall. What their comment to me was that they wanted to wait for snowbirds to return and not have the meeting during the summer months.
Right. Okay. The other question is, I agree that we need to make a resolution and have it on the next agenda. I mean, 84% of the people in the first meeting, look at all the people that are here tonight to voice their opinion. And, you know, why is it always that the people that are for it don't come and don't say, you know, and like Mayor was saying, how are we going to overcome the 82% people that don't want it? I think that the citizens are looking for a decision from the council or some kind of communication on where we are, what we're doing, what we stand for, if we're backing it. I think it's important. You know, we gave them timelines and they have come and gone, and we still don't, like all the meetings that they have had with the community outreach, we haven't gotten any feedback from that on how many people, like at Porter Del Rio, were for the roundabout, and the hotel association, how many of those people were for the roundabout. I think, like Mayor said, the FDOT is looking for the council to make a decision. I think it's important to the people that live here. They do not want this. And, you know, to wait for the snowbirds to come down, they come from wherever they come from and are welcome in our city, but they don't live here full time. You know, they don't have to drive it every single day. You know, not that their opinion doesn't count, but how much weight does it hold with when they go back up north? I grew up with roundabouts in New Jersey. I just don't think where and the position of it on A1A is smart or safe. And when I asked them at the one meeting we had with them in an update, how many roundabouts are on State Road A1A in the state of Florida, I never got a response. A lot of towns and cities and states are taking roundabouts out because they're not safe. I just think that we need to put it on the agenda, have a discussion meeting, and hopefully have a resolution that states where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Where I would like to know where and when FDOT said that they expect something from us. They expect a decision from us. That is something that I'm not aware of. So where was that put out from FDOT? When did they say that they are expecting that from us? Because everyone is saying that FDOT is expecting a decision from us. Where did that come from? Did FDOT request it? Or how did that come about?
I think before they spend any more money on this roundabout, they need to hear from the citizens and the council on where we stand on this.
I understand, but it's been stated that they are requesting it from us. They're not requesting it from us. This is something that some of us feel.
I can clarify.
Feel that.
So when the FDOT first came to us, we wanted to say for A1A, they started working on what they could do. Then the roundabout idea came in, and I believe they wanted to approach the council according to our city manager.
And we met with them individually.
Well, they didn't eventually.
Yeah.
And their first intention was to understand what the council thought, because when they see the council, they see hopefully representative democracy, what the people want. And we as a council say, well, we don't know, we need to find out. Well, FDOT did that workshop. We heard a very large group of the population, I think over 1,500 people had filled out comment cards. And so the expectation was, from my understanding of FDOT originally wanting to reach out to council.
Okay, well, Mayor Pro Tem also said that we don't know the results of all these people that FDOT has spoken to. So we don't know how many that we have not heard from are for or against. So one, this is an informational item, so I think we need to move on. But I would not be comfortable making a vote when we don't have all the proper information. We don't have that from them. And people haven't had the time to learn about it. They haven't had time to talk to FDOT. So I think if we truly want to hear from all the people, then we need to wait and hear from all the people.
We can't hear from all the people.
I know, but the ones that want to.
You will never get 100% participation.
I agree.
But we have to accept that those who are willing to speak up and stay engaged, I think we have a role to play to reach out, as Pat Campbell said, and to try to engage. FDOT did that. They sent 6,000 letters to people's homes. That's more aggressive than any outreach we've done. 6,000 letters went out. That was well attended. So that was the outreach. Now they got a bunch of no's they're facing, and they're going, we want to learn why they're saying no. And they're working through them one by one. Meanwhile, the project's moving forward. You said you know people that support it? So do I. My question to you is, do the majority of the people you speak with support it? If so, I would love to speak those folks to come into whatever safe environment they want and hear their points. I would love to hear that, because FDOT says you can't tell us no without telling us why, and I want to counter that with, and you can't say yes without telling us why. And I think that I'm all supportive of more citizen engagement, but at some point you have to look at what we've done. I mean, 50 emails go out, 20% say they're interested. Are we going to go chase down the other 80% of condos? Only one meeting's happened. What is FDOT doing in these meetings? Are they actually taking names and addresses of the people that come? Are they measuring satisfaction? Do they have anything at the end of this condo association meeting that goes, look, 25 people attended this when it started, and they were all opposed, and at the end we got 12 to 15 that really like it? That would be a measurable thing that we could take action on.
Mr. Mayor.
Under my understanding, 1 second, Mayor Pro Tem. And then, so when we get to the end, as Councilmember Willis said, or all of us are really saying, they're not even obtaining or acquiring information that's going to be useful to us. They have no way to prove the outcome of those meetings on the one that I've heard. How many people attended? What was a survey given? And the citizens are smart enough to see this. They go to this meeting, they go, how are you measuring change? The only measurable we have is that 84%. So if they want to remail the 6,000 people and see if they can lower that number, that's a great thing to do. That's actual logical. It said 84%, we mailed the exact same people, we had them fill out a survey or come back, and we saw a change. They're not doing any of that. And I think it's because they got to lower it by 34%, and that's a tall wall to climb. And if we're going to apply this, all the citizens need to be involved before every decision. I hope we apply this to other projects, because I've always been a supporter of that. But nothing has hit the threshold of citizen engagement like this. 6,000 people. Space Coast Daily just wanted an interview. Florida Today's reaching out. 6 citizens. We had 10 tonight roughly speak up against it. I mean, you just whisper Roundabout and the people are here. And it's overwhelming against. And I hear the people that support it, but.
Mr. Mayor, I have firsthand knowledge of the FDOT presentation to the HOAs. Mr. Petty has firsthand knowledge. He was there, him and his wife. That meeting turned into a discussion between the for and against. I would have to say that a slight majority was against, but FDOT did take note. They took note of the people that spoke and their reasons, and they took that back. Now, as far as FDOT spending more money on the roundabout, all they're trying to do right now is meet with citizens. Now, I'm not opposed to doing a resolution when we reach that point. The thing is, if we do a resolution right now, we're basically telling the people who have wanted to have these meetings, well, we don't think it's necessary because we are going to be against it as a group. I'm not saying that I would be for it because with you, the majority of the opinion is against. But I think to basically tell these other groups that have expressed interest in meeting that it's no point doesn't allow them to speak. So that is my main reason for letting it sit for a few more months and give FDOT the opportunity to speak and meet with these people that expressed an interest in it. Now, if they can't come up with a date by September or whatever, can't reach an idea of when they can meet or schedule something, then okay, it's a good bet it may not ever happen. But I think you have to at least give them the opportunity to be educated, be heard, and interact with FDOT.
I'm not aware of us ever making a policy decision that said, wait on the snowbirds. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Yes, I really think that, we have, like you said, sent out 6,000 letters, had the big meeting at the Radisson, had all these other meetings. Couldn't we schedule a discussion for August, have a proposal resolution ready if we need it, and have FDOT come and give us an update on their findings from these meetings and how many people have expressed that they want it. And, the people that are for it need to express it somewhere in an email, at a meeting, come to the meeting. There wasn't very many at the Radisson that expressed, that they wanted this. We absolutely want to hear why why they're for it, but where are they? I just think that it's, to move this along, let's schedule a discussion meeting, have a tentative resolution, hear what FDOT says, and like Mr. Pettit said, it doesn't make sense to me that they're, designing the park from George King to International, but the middle of the thoroughfare is funded, the roundabout's funded. So, it doesn't make sense. I think, to slow traffic down, the circle should have been down by the overpass that comes over. It just doesn't make sense. And I'm for scheduling a discussion meeting in August and have FDOT bring more information that shows all these people that want it, and move on from there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we were to schedule a discussion for August, well, let me back up and ask this question. If you're not willing to, or you brought up the point about snowbirds, and again, we can't wait on the snowbirds to come back. But are you basically saying that if you don't live in the city of Cape Canaveral, you don't have a voice?
No, I'm for, if we want to reach out to those snowbirds, we can give them, this project has been going since October of 2021. The snowbirds were here. They showed up at that meeting. They went home, and they're probably looking back going, why are y'all still kicking that thing around? We spoke loudly. So of course I am for all citizens. If we're serious about getting everyone's opinion in, which I love this, we're gonna have to put some money into it. And I think that's FDOT's responsibility, but this is FDOT's decision. We can oppose it and scream and draft a resolution to oppose. At the end of the day, they can make that decision. The citizens of Cape Canaveral, there's a time expiration at some point. My expectation, I don't know where the 1 to 2 years or 6 to 8 months, that was never communicated to my memory in that meeting. We never said 6 months, come back. We said, go out and try to educate. And I believe that, well, in my head, I thought we're at 90 days since then. How many have you done? They sent the email out, 7 interested and learning, and only 1's been done. And so I would say we draft a resolution. We don't have to do anything with it. I would be ready to do something with it. But between now and August, hopefully they get some more meetings in and we can learn more about it. But between now and then, this is too high of a mountain to climb. And I think it's a big distraction and a lot of waste of money and resources, because the people who are pro roundabout are not terrified of an intersection. The people who are pro intersection are terrified of a roundabout, or at least that's not everybody. I'm not terrified of a roundabout. I'd figure it out and be fine, but there's a lot of negativity towards it. It's very lopsided. So to upset the person who wanted the roundabout, they're not anti-intersection, and you can't get lower than 0 deaths at that intersection. That's how many deaths that have happened. And the ultimate survey we heard tonight came from Mr. Hodge would be a citizen referendum. There's no greater way to get citizen speech. If we don't draft a resolution and at least show some intentions, the citizens have a process they can follow. They're up against some tight deadlines, but I don't want to have to go down that route. I want to, let's engage hard for the next 30 days between now and August and have a resolution ready. And if we get in there and we go, you know what, you're right, we can, but this is the meeting that I feel like we can do that. I could draft a resolution right now because it's already drafted from our attorney, copy and paste it, and I just say a line of International Drive in Atlantic with no use of roundabout, or oppose the roundabout, or we want a signaled intersection. I don't need any permission to council to put that on the agenda, and neither does this council. Any council member can put that on the agenda. So can the city manager, and there's other folks can put it on. I'm trying to work with this council to say, hey, I plan on putting a resolution on the next agenda. I'd love to have your support to do that collectively. And if it's too early to you, that's fine. I think it's time. So, and I know this is a top issue and that's taken up a lot of time, but thank you.
I would suggest if you want to put it on the agenda, then you have the right to do that. This was an informational topic.
I'm aware.
We spent over an hour on it. So I think it's time to move on. And then if you want to put it on the agenda, then we discuss.
So, well, I'd like to know if council wants it first. So with that, I move that we direct the city attorney to draft a resolution at the August meeting or the A1A tomorrow program.
I'll second.
Thank you. If there's any more discussion, I can just clarify what that is take the same revised resolution we've always done, copy, paste it, and update it with what we want for a safer A1A. So I think it's pretty simple what I'm asking, but sometimes I think everything's simple and it's not.
Mayor, if I could restate what I heard as the motion.
Yes.
Motion is to propose a resolution for presentation at the August meeting, which is identical to the most recently approved one for FDOT A1A, with the inclusion of a statement stating that this council does not support a roundabout.
Or supports, but we take a position in there. So they have clear direction on where we stand.
But that would be acceptable if it said this council does not support.
To me.
Okay.
But I can't speak on behalf of the council. For the people who want the roundabout, they would say, no, we want it to the resolution to say we want a roundabout.
We'll need some clarity on that language, which way you want to go.
My motion would say oppose the roundabout. That's how
I understand the motion. Thank you.
Any other comments out there? We got a motion by myself and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Any more discussion? Is Councilmember Raymond still on? Okay. Well,
would it be possible to also get or ask FDOT if Secretary Tyler can't come and give us a report from their lips where they are?
Yes.
So it's not our perceptions. It's not our interpretation of what we've seen.
Yes.
This is what their responses have been. This is what they know.
That would be very helpful. Yes.
I think if we're going to have FDOT
I agree.
there and give us the information, I think there is no reason to have staff draft this paperwork until we know. I may change I don't know what my opinion is going to be after I hear from FDOT. So I don't think there's any reason for our city attorney to have to spend the time and the city's money to draft this until we have all the facts. So that's just from FDOT.
If you get in the meeting and it's largely opposed and you said you don't know what you're going to think at the end of that, and you realize, well, I'm actually opposed now, wouldn't it be nice to have a resolution drafted right there? And I think the cost is going to be, it's already drafted. He's not staring at a blank piece of paper. I'm not gonna put time limits on our city attorney, but he knows he's drafted it already, and we're talking about a very unsubstantial change to it. But I hear your point. I'm sensitive to cost, but what's more important to our community than A1A safety? And so if we're gonna spend resources on anything, I'm for spending resources on that. Mayor Pro Tem, any more comments? Got the motion, the second, just wrapping up discussion.
So we added to the motion to bring the FDOT there.
I
Is that
don't
part?
think that's necessary. I think if Todd can,
I would just like to see that we extend an invitation to come and speak
Tyler.
to Tyler, yes.
I can record that as consensus, Mayor. I see all three.
yes,
heads.
are we all in support of that have an FDOT here? Or at least invite
Yes.
all we can control. Okay, great.
Specifically.
So do we need to call the vote or?
Specifically, if FDOT knows that a resolution's going on to oppose or support or to oppose, I would hope that would be enough for them to want to be here.
I believe Mr. Tyler would make every effort to get here.
Thank you. All right, any more discussion?
No.
All right, did you get the motion clearly, City Clerk? Okay,
Motion to oppose.
please call the roll.
Councilmember Davis?
Against.
Mayor Pro Tem
Hold
Kellum?
on, I just want to clarify. Motion to oppose?
Is that what you
Motion-
clarified?
Motion to draft a
Right.
resolution.
With that opposition in the
And
resolution.
I just caught this. I think it's important that it would be a loss if we, best case for me would be to oppose it. Next best would be to support it. The worst is to do nothing.
Okay.
And so I wanted to
I'm just trying to
emphasize that we
clarify.
want to draft a resolution
Okay,
and let's just keep support or oppose.
You want a neutral?
okay, got it.
Because I don't want to speak.
Then
So-
you're restating your motion to. Yeah, he did. He clarified motion to oppose.
Not in the original motion.
Not in the original motion. You're correct.
Okay. Would you like for me to restate a new
Yes.
motion?
I would.
I moved to direct the city attorney to draft a revised resolution for A1A.
Thank
Need to
you.
go back through the second and all that? No. Thank you. Good. Okay. So I don't know if that, you need to start the vote over, but that's,
Yeah, I'll start over. Councilmember Davis?
Against.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
For.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4. Okay, motion passes 3-1 to draft a resolution on A1A at the August meeting. So, thank you very much. Thank you all. We will see where that goes. I know that's a big issue. My last on public comment is this tree. I just, Jenny, are you still here? Dershka? Okay, I don't want to kill the tree. I'm with her, so that's my only comments. I read it. I would say let it run its course and approach with caution any way possible. I know the last meeting I said we would trust your judgment, but all the fears of things that happen, mitigate, and maybe we can change the arborist's prediction to where we can salvage it and keep it. So that's it. All I'll say about that.
Mayor, to be clear, the staff direction, the staff was given direction to make this decision. The decision was made to remove it. I just want to put that on the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we said city manager can make the final decision, but I'm just clarifying. I don't like it. I don't love it. I wish we could make it work. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, in my research on the trees in our city code, it should have been city council's decision and not foisted upon the city manager to make that decision. So, Mr. Morley, I want to apologize for us having put you in that position. it was our responsibility and we should have taken it.
I'd like to learn more about that. Is it a code? Okay. And I can read that after the meeting or whatnot, but I don't think it's going to change anything today. So, okay, with that, thank you all for sitting tight. A1A obviously takes up a lot of time, but we're moving on now. We are at the public hearing portion of our meeting, which is resolution number 2022-14, adopting a tentative proposed millage rate for the levy of ad valorem taxes for fiscal year 2022-2023 on all taxable property located within the city of Cape Canaveral. Mr. City Attorney or City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is the tentative proposed millage rate, and for the benefit of the audience listening, the tentative proposed millage rate is the highest rate that we can set. Anything that we do subsequent to this, if it adjusts the millage, it can only adjust it downward. We can't adjust it upward. The reason for that is because of the trim notice, the truth and millage notice. That information gets forwarded and it gets mailed out to all the property owners. Everybody becomes aware that this is the top number we can be looking at. And this is determined tonight on this item here based on the council's vote. Like I said, it can go down at another meeting, but it can't go up without a lot of rigmarole and renoticing the whole town. So it's a very important decision that you're making right now. If there's any consolation to the whole thing, I could say if there's any doubt or concern about projects or what you might cut here and there, just be careful that you don't limit your options too much here. I'm in favor of the rate proposed, which is 3.5596, provides for a balanced budget. It provides for what we're trying to do for the employees. It takes care of the projects that City Council wants to get done. And we've cut everything else we can out, as we discussed in the last meeting, Mayor. If there's a vote for this, and if a supportive vote would require a 2/3 majority of the council, that depends on whether or not Councilmember Angela Raymond is with us. If she is with us, that's 4 council members would have to support it. If she is not with us, 2/3 majority vote means 3 of the 4 present would have to support it. If it doesn't get that support, then we could only do something lower.
Mr. City Manager and Mr. Mayor,
and before we go too much further, Mia reminded me we need to read the title into the record.
go ahead, and then I want to clarify.
Let's do that first.
Okay, this is a resolution 2022-14, resolution of the city of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, adopting a tentative proposed millage rate for the levy of ad valorem taxes for the fiscal year 2022-2023 on all taxable property located within the city of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. Finance Director, back to you.
Just a clarification. I talked to the state today, and for the purposes of this meeting, this is not a trim meeting. This is just a regular city council meeting. And when I talked to the state today, the only thing we're trying to do here today for this meeting is to approve a millage rate proposed for the trim notice. That's it. So if council goes with 3.5596, that's what goes on the trim notice. They have to report to the state on August 4th. And then council has the ability on that September meeting, the first one, which is then a trim meeting, right? And then they could make a decision to bring that number down. Okay? And also that vote, because this is not a trim, and this came in late, Mr. City Manager, so I just want to let you know. And of course, we know that we have 4 council members, and I guess Councilmember Raymond is not. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that this council could vote to approve any rate it wants with a 3-5 vote. With a 3-5 vote. Because since this is not classified as a trim meeting, because they only take place in September the 1st and 2nd. So if council decided to go with 3.5596 and they vote 4-0, well, then that's what goes in the trim notice. And then council comes back at the beginning of September and says, you know what, we want to relook at this. Maybe Mayor Morrison, some of the suggestions before said, hey, finance director, go in there and see what you can cut out of the budget because I want to get down to this number. Well, those are things that could be discussed in the August workshop. Those things we talk, maybe it's decided that we go to the 3.3704. But the distinction is that when you vote on whatever number this is, you have the ability to come down, but I need a number voted on to report to the state so these residents could get a trim notice.
But we don't need supermajority because we're not.
We do
actually
not, no.
passing an actual millage rate.
We need a 3,
So they can print the trim notice.
right.
That
So
we're
we need a
deciding on
3,
that
we
number.
need a 3-5 vote on something.
A majority.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It requires 3 of the present council members to vote it.
That's correct.
And the direction from the state is a 2-2 vote. We need something.
If it's a 2-2 vote, the state tells us, let's say you don't get the 3.5596. And you said, we've already discussed the 3.3704. You could set it at 3.3704. You can set it at 3.421. You could set it at anything from the 3.5596 down, you can set it at. That's what these residents are going to get in the mail on where you set that. And then you have the opportunity, like the city manager says, to come down. And that's a decision to make. And when that decision is made, we will, if it means we have to go back to the drawing board to cut whatever. I've heard this council specifically say it supports the employees. Then we will go ahead back and do this without affecting the employees, like the mayor said in the workshop. And we would do the things we had to do to get there. So if it means delaying things, then we could have a discussion. City manager and I will have a discussion with each council member, but we just need to set a rate tonight.
Thank you. And the rate we're looking at is 3.5596. The rollback rate is 3.1757.
Correct.
And so the rollback rate breaking even, which is the calculation, if we just want to get the same amount of revenue that we got last year, we would set it at 3.1757. The increase from 3.1, the rollback rate to the proposed rate today, is that reflected in the table? I don't think it measures from the rollback rate. It measures from what we passed last year.
Right.
So, okay. Just wanted to clarify that. Council, any comments on this?
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt resolution number 2022-14 at the, excuse me, at the 3.5596. And hopefully between now and September, we can hopefully maybe reduce some of the expenditures and bring it back down. But to move forward and get the trim notices out, I make a motion that we adopt the 3.5596.
I'll second.
That was simultaneous, wasn't it? There's no.
I'll second it again.
Okay. Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Willis to adopt the resolution as written. Is that correct, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, at the rate of 3.5596, and then hopefully we can work on the budget, maybe trim some things, and bring that down. But, you know, in order for the government to do what they got to do, I think we need to pass this and have a lot more discussions on the budget to see where we can make cuts. Yes.
So the percentage, discussing this item, motion is second on the floor, the percentage increase from last year's revenue, I just want to confirm what that is. What would this, because don't we have to advertise whenever we figured out how much of it, not in the rate, in the actual value?
The advertisement takes place after the first, meeting in September.
But if we pass at 35596, the increase in revenue, that change here on the table, is that what I'm looking at? Is
In the resolution,
6.85%? Is that's a change in revenue, right? On page 74 of the budget book?
yeah. He's looking at.
Yep.
Yes, it's 9.40.
Oh, sorry,
Mayor, you're looking at the top other line.
Bottom right.
okay, got it. So it's 9.4. So this is a 9.4% increase. And the maximum we're allowed to increase is at 10%. We have a cap.
Fortunately, Mayor, it's not that simple. That's not
Okay.
how it's computed, because what the state does every year is what they do is they take, this is a bit complicated, but the state has to do what's called they'll take the adjusted current year rollback, which is a 3.1757, but then it has to take in an adjustment for per capita for the Florida personal income growth. So then they add a factor into of 1.0613. This is really way detailed than anybody really needs to know. But what that does then is that raises it up from the 3.7157 to 3.3704. And then it compares it to what a maximum millage rate is and whatever. So it's not what you're seeing there. When you see the increase, you're seeing the percentage there, but the factors involved that the state applies are just a bit different,
I think.
Yeah, this is way too detailed for.
I think there's a shorter answer the mayor's asking for.
No, it's not 10%.
What we are proposing and what the motion is for does not approach that maximum 10%. That number is yet higher than that.
That's 3.8821. But what you're asking is what would the millage rate be with a 10% increase?
Yeah.
According to the state, 3.8821.
But there's a millage rate at 3.882 or higher, that if we try to go that high,
That's
we
unanimous.
need a unanimous vote.
We're not asking for that.
But we're close
We're not
to that.
asking.
We are underneath that.
We're not close to that?
No, we're at 3.5596. That's well below 3.8.
So
Here-
think
and
of it-
here's, and if I could just,
There's tiers.
there's
There's
tiers.
unanimous is this. There's 4 out of 5 is this. There's 3 out of 2 is this. It steps down as tiers, maximums.
Right.
We're at the second tier down.
And I think this would clarify it. This will clarify it. I didn't want to have to go this deep, but it'll clarify. If you go with a 3.8821, your taxes go up. The tax will go based on the gross taxable value about $980,000. But staff said, we're not going to do that, right? So we came down to 3.5596, which reduced it 523,000, so we could present the budget to you like that. And that's how we got to that number. And what did that number do, you asked me? Well, we could look in the book. It raised the tax thing about 400 and some thousand, which covered the employees' salaries and still kept in the general fund the projects you wanted. Okay, so the 3.5596 is Mayor Pro Tem Kellum suggests, set it at that, come back in the August workshop, we discuss it. If you decide to come down to the 3.3704, we look at, what we need to cut, because that's still gonna require us to cut $333,000 additional. So, but if you went down the rollback immediately, tomorrow morning when I come in, I have to cut, $545,000 off this budget, which is nearly impossible. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going off of our conversation that we had one-on-one, that there is a rate to where, and I think 10% is called the cap. There's a rate.
Yeah.
I know why we lowered and all that. I'm just thinking, there's a point to where statute steps in, maybe a city attorney can
This
help
is it.
us.
I have it in front of me.
3.88, right.
Yeah.
So we set it at, so 3.88.
We set it at 3.5596 because that's what we needed to satisfy the
Right.
general fund.
And we are getting close to that rate. It's just under the max that requires a unanimous vote. At 3.88, it's 0.3 mils below a vote.
Well, the way it is,
Roughly.
yeah, the two, believe it or not, the 2/3 vote maximum really, and again, these are the computations from the state, would land you to have a 4-1 vote, and that's not near 10%, okay? But the 4-1 vote is 3.7074. But our proposed millage was at the rollback rate is 3.5164. And to even get that rate there requires that just requires a 2/3, not 2/3, a 3.5, less than majority.
Okay.
So the majority at the 3.5164. But the road you're going down, we're asking then for a 3.3704 that's for a 3.5, okay? And the 3.5596, I know this gets confusing. That goes above the 3.3704, which is the majority. So 3.3704 is a 3-5 vote. The 3.5164 is requires a 4-1 vote.
Okay.
Yes.
To go to the mayor's point, if I can just make one comment. The state has made this very, very complex.
They do.
But what throws people off, and I can't do the math because the state gives you certain computations, right? Before you do your trim, there is a maximum 10%. But
Yes.
the way the state calculates it, it's not more than 110% of the rollback rate this year.
Yes.
Based on the previous year's maximum millage rate, adjusted for change in per capita Florida income. So that previous year's maximum millage rate and that per capita income change, the state produces a computation for you.
Yes.
For purposes of preparing the budget and the council. So I can't explain how the previous year's maximum millage rate is calculated or the adjusted change in per capita Florida income, but that information is given to you. And then you use it based on this year's rollback rate to see whether you need a majority city council vote or a 4/5 vote or a unanimous vote. And I hear what you're saying. It's just very complicated to try to, what's that previous maximum year's millage rate and how is that computed? I don't know. Those are things that are missing.
And it's this form is very complex.
Right.
But I think what would help is that for a majority vote of 3-5, this council, if they went that route tonight, would pass a 3.3704. That, based on how we put the budget together, would reduce what we currently are showing in the budget by $333,000. So if council voted on that, they would come back to me and say, okay, John, eliminate $333,000 in the general fund.
Mayor,
Okay?
as we're nearing the vote, just want to point out that Angela Raymond is not on the phone, and we have 4 council members voting on the motion. So it will take 3 of 4 to pass the motion.
Okay. Yeah, my point was there's this, and it would be great if we could see some of those calculations future moving forward, because it really helps understand that a unanimous vote, you know, there's a threshold. We've heard 10%, how you get there is weird, is needed. And, you know, I've never knocked on anyone's door during the campaign or talked to any citizen ever, and I never intend to say that I'm going to raise taxes. This isn't me trying to better myself. This isn't me a stepping stone election. I'm committed here. I may never run again. I am the mayor of Cape Canaveral. I'm humbled, and I'm here to serve, and I'm here to protect the citizens of this community. And so when we come in with a just under 3.88 would have triggered a unanimous, which wouldn't have had my support. Super majority, it sounds like we could have gotten, but today we still need a super majority, 2/3. So it's just there. That's where it was set. And because it shouldn't be no mystery to staff, I've never supported a tax increase. I'm not going to support one today. And I think that with record property value increase over the past 10 years, I mean, you got to go back to, we got 9.89. You got to go all the way back to 2006 before you can see this type of growth. And this is when we should be lowering taxes. I am in support of, if we're just going to set a rate higher, I think the motion on the table is too high. I think it's not what the citizens should be seeing on their trim notices for us to turn around and go, oh no, but we can lower it later. We can lower it. I don't want to even have to go through that. I think if we are going to set it high, which I would not support this rate, but just if something crazy, that 3.37 would be the highest I would be willing to go. But I have full intentions to figure out a way to do what evidently can't be done. I respectfully disagree, and that's to cut out $500,000 in this
Mayor,
budget.
it's not that it can't be done. It's the repercussions of what happens when it's done. It's what doesn't
I
get
want to
done.
understand that more
And I
between
would,
now and the next meeting, because I think this is the wrong year to increase taxes. I don't think it's ever right. I think with our fee for service, increasing property values, new construction, all of these other revenue streams that come to us, deregulate, lower the cost, and get new development in here for like we're seeing in the homes, that's the way that we can increase revenue. But to just come up again another 10%, that's a tax increase it's too much. It's $500,000 out of the citizens' pockets into here that I think we can live without. And I'm finished, so.
but just a clarification, that is not 10%. And I will show the mayor that when
I'm going up
comes in.
whatever the 9.89, the assessed value, 9.4%. That's what I'm going off of.
that's what the gross taxable value.
Not
That's what
change,
the gross taxable value.
change in
went up.
revenues, 9.4.
Yeah, because the gross taxable value went up, so it generates more revenues. Okay? And that's what that's saying. That's not saying that the millage rate went up 10%. That's saying that we had 1.5.
No, I don't care. The millage rate's going down from
Right.
last year's rate.
Right.
But no, I fully understand this.
Yeah.
It's a 9.4% increase in tax revenue out of the citizens
Because
based
the
on a
gross taxable
10%
value went up.
roughly increase in assessed value and at a millage rate at 3.55. I get that. This is a tax increase, 100% tax increase. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is a 9.4% projected tax increase. I do not support that. And I think that we should challenge ourselves and work. And Councilmember Willis, I remember when you got elected in November, the promenade, it was a divisive issue between this whole community. We've moved on from then. Life goes on, water under the bridge. But you had talked about making cuts in that meeting. And that really stuck with me. And I have not forgot it ever since. Is we're going to make some cuts. I don't know if you've made those cuts, but it's never going to, in my 4 years of wisdom, which is very little, and I learn more every day, is that our city staff is always going to try to do the best they can to make sure that council's happy, that all the projects get done, that they're overcoming their problems. I think we can take away projects that is not going to negatively impact these staff, that I'll go and deal with the residents. I'll handle that. When Patriots Park doesn't get repaired, I'll handle that. I'll stand in front of them and say, guys, we couldn't do it this year. Or when we shave off 10,000 here, 50,000 there, or, we're not moving forward with an IT position. You figured that the citizens would be okay with that, right? No one, and I think you were right. I think you were 100% right. There's more there. So I'm encouraging this council. The motion on the table, I think, is a mistake. I think we do not adopt this as written. I think we should be going closer to the 3.37, which is 330,000 out. But I think we should go lower than the rollback rate, even if it's by a few percentage points. But wrong year to see the tax bill go up. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Quick question. We had discussions and you said the repercussions if it goes lower. Repercussions would be cutting some of these projects, as the mayor is saying. Repercussions could be letting staff go. What are some of the repercussions that could be so effective? That would be, that would affect the city council.
We've heard as the mayor saying that he would not go so far as to let staff go. I think repercussions could be many things, and we'd be more prepared to discuss that as in our meetings. Could be, for instance, losing grants that we had been approved.
Okay.
Just say that if we have a grant for anything on a project that's in the general fund, within the general fund, then we look elsewhere because those grants are precious. So,
well, those don't pull from taxes anyways.
So anyway,
my point is if you get a grant, see, we get all these grants, but then we don't lower taxes. Grants should offset revenue to lower down. But what do? We get grants and we expenditures just keep going up. Look at I wish I could put a chart together and show Cape Canaveral's expenditures over the year. It's just continuing to go up.
It's an example of something that could happen. Considering an adjustment has been made with what's been proposed here, and the grants have to be matching funds. If we don't have the funds that after we've made all the adjustments, we don't have the funds to match the grants, we lose the grants.
Keep the grants, build Patriots Park.
That requires an expenditure.
I didn't want to have to dig in every single line item. I will, because the answer I got is there's nowhere else to cut. And I'm going to spend the next 30 days tearing this thing apart and finding money wherever we can. I was hoping that staff could do that. You should have.
I take offense to that, Mayor.
Well,
I take offense to that because I could cut.
John,
But
hang on a second.
that's false accusation there. And
he's asking to clarify.
You can reply. When we put together a budget, the amount of money and that goes into it it's debatable. And I'm hearing that no, there's nothing else that can cut. And that's what you said.
To keep things the way they are, to get the things that we want. Sure, you want to go in there and cut.
I'm not saying
you
that
could
we
cut whatever
keep-
you want.
I said keep salaries. That's the only hold. And
okay,
the rest of the budget, I'm saying we don't get the things we want.
Okay, I'm
If
hearing
you're
you.
open to that,
Okay,
then we're on the same
Then we're
page.
good. We're on the same, because you know
Great.
what? You want to keep salaries. I'm a staff member. I'm not a council member. If this council wants to cut another $500,000 out of the general fund, I could sleep at night. That's your decision. These people
Thank you.
elected you. And if you're saying you support the employees, that's fantastic.
Keep that the
So
same.
I am not trying to be combative, but I'm just saying, sometimes when you start cutting, everybody could hear sitting here saying, oh, good, taxes are not going to go up or whatever. But you never know what else the trickle effect may be. But with that being said, you take care of the employees, Mayor, and you want to sit with me and we were to go through this, I have no problem with that. I'm not going to fight you on cutting any of these. That's your call. That's council's call.
Thank you.
That's not my call.
That's what
I'm here
I
to
heard
present
at the
a budget.
beginning of the meeting, though,
Right.
was.
Thank you,
your
John.
statement.
What?
Thank
Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you. Okay, we can move on. That's my request, is that this motion is standing. We can go ahead and vote here in a second. I request that we seriously consider amending the motion to lower the rollback rate, and that we direct staff to try to show us what at least 500,000 looks like. That might be the greatest tool that I can see. I've heard about some cities getting 3 budgets. Here's one with a 5% cut. Here's one if we stay the same. Here's one with a 5% increase. We get one budget. And I would love to see what the other option is. This was awesome because that got very close to it, but it's really hard to put it together. So I'm finished. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a couple questions. I think, the 3.5596, if we adopted that and then we dug into the projects and things where we could cut, and then we could bring it down to 3.37, and only have to cut 333,000 from the budget instead of the general fund 545, and that also affects the CRA at 216,000. I looked through the projects and kind of really looked at them all, and the projects that are there are really, I don't see how we could make, the project, the Estuary Park, has been on the books since 2013 or more. Oak Lane has been on the books forever. Where can we make these cuts? And will it be a significant amount? But I think if we adopt the 3.55 tonight, and then as council and with the help of the staff, dig into the budget and see where we can make cuts and not take away from the salaries of the employees, which is very important. And at the next meeting, bring it down to 3.3704 or roll back if we can find the cuts. But we have to move on for right now. It doesn't mean that we are going to raise taxes the 9 point whatever percentage. It means that we have a starting point, and hopefully due diligence and going through the projects, seeing where we can cut. There's nothing in there that's not absolutely needed. I think the only way where I could see is the playground at City Park for 250,000. We've been waiting on Veterans Park. That was 210,000 that was supposed to have started last year. It didn't get started. People are waiting for that to get done. I just think that, I'm not for raising taxes, absolutely not, but I think we need a starting point, and hopefully we can bring it down to something that's more, better for the residents, and, look at where we can make the cuts. But at least we can get the trim notices out, and won't the taxpayers be happy if the trim notice is one thing, and then when the taxes come, they're way less because we rolled it back. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Now,
correct me if I'm wrong, but if we were to vote on a lower rate tonight, we couldn't raise it later.
No, if you were to raise it, this is very complicated for the common layman, but if you were to raise taxes later on, we'd have to notify the Brevard Property Appraiser's office, and every resident in this city would have to be notified in the mail and get a new trim notice that's going up. And then you have to notify the state. And we don't want to have to do that, because what happens at the state, and I've talked to the state about this, is that creates some difficult situations where tax dollars coming to the city could be delayed. And we need that money in November to pay the bills. So if we do anything to delay that, we won't be able to pay the bills. So that's not even, I wouldn't even say that that was an option. That would be a very bad move to try to raise taxes in September. I think that'd be a terrible move.
Well, I'm meaning.
Right. So you want to come down.
The rate now.
Yes.
We can't go up.
No.
In the next meeting.
No. Come down. You come down.
Because if in our searches we can't find, then we're creating a bigger problem. So it's easier to come down, find it, come down.
Yes.
If we're so inclined, than to start low and then realize we're not where we need to be.
Right. And you plan on having an August workshop. So it seems like an excellent time to discuss those other things that could be eliminated if need be.
I think it would be better perceived by the public that we made the attempt to bring it down rather than, oops, we weren't able to find anything. We've got to go back and change things.
And
I understand your point.
That rationale, what you just said, is what is said every year, and it makes sense as you start high. The difference for me is that, and Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, you said, I am not for raising taxes, and you don't want to. I don't want to quote you or speak for you. Oh, I feel the same way, and I don't think anyone is like, yeah, I'm going to go out and raise. No one wants to. It's one of those, wow, we have to type moments. I'm not willing to go down that route. That's how firm I am. So when I see 3.5596, I really ask myself, now, if this comes up to me, I will not support that rate, because I believe when you look at the millions of dollars that's being spent, there's $500,000 in there. There is, even if you delay a project. And so why are we going to pass a rate that we're not willing, if you're not willing to increase taxes, this is an opportunity to show how serious you are about that, because this becomes very final. I get it. I've done, I think in the past, the higher millage pre-approval, and then we come down and push and I end up lose. But it's a number that, I mean, why are we going to pass something unless we're willing to go up to that amount of money? And that's the difference. No one's right or wrong here. It's just different approaches. So if you are all willing to go up to 3.5596, which I am not, the most to address the scenario that you said, Don, where I could even to at least give this council something, would be that 3.3 or whatever that number was. We've heard a lot, but nevertheless, this is a public hearing item, right? So we need to weigh in the public, but nope, sorry. Yes, it is, right, City Attorney? Public hearing, okay. So we will need to go to public, but anything else, council? Okay, public hearing item. I don't have any cards, I don't think, on it. If there's anyone out there that'd like to speak on it, please come forward. If you want to speak, you can fill out a card after. I know it's sometimes you think of it on the spot. City Deputy City Clerk, anything online? Okay, got a hand raised. Go ahead.
Mr. Patrick Campbell has his hand raised. I'll go ahead and lower your hand, Mr. Campbell, and unmute you. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I just had a question about the, if we don't get the money, we can't pay the bills. What is the timing for all that? When do we get the money and what bills are sitting there waiting to be paid that we're at risk for?
Mayor, I think John can answer that one.
Yes, please.
And it is a 95% receipt rate.
Tax dollars are received in November, December, and January. The bulks of tax dollars are received in December and January. So when I say we may not be able to pay the bills, well, if you don't get your tax money, if it's delayed, that you know, I don't know what the balance in the bank account will be exactly at that time. So it's important that if you have $4 million in taxes coming in, that you get it on time. So I think it doesn't require any further discussion.
Mr. Campbell, anything else?
Mr. Campbell, you're still unmuted. You can speak if you wish.
No, I don't have anything. It appears that it doesn't require any further discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else online? In none, okay, thank you. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Council, back to us. You got a motion on the floor in a second. If we're ready, we can go ahead and call the vote.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please, sorry, thank you.
I just, you know, like I said, you know, if we start at 3.37, and we go through the, you know, like the budget meeting, we didn't even get to the capital improvement things where we could discuss what we need to be cutting. And this is why I don't understand why we can't have more budget workshops before the millage rate is set. I think that would help out a lot. But in the meantime, you know, I'm willing to dig into this, and I did, like I said, go through it, and I've seen some places where we could save money. So if we pass it 3.5596 and we can get it down to 3.37, you wouldn't support that, Mr. Mayor?
No.
Why?
I do not want to raise the taxes on the citizens of Cape Canaveral and property values increased by 10%.
Well, if it's at 3.37, it wouldn't be 10%, right?
If you keep the millage rate the same as last year, we're going to have an increase in revenue. And the rollback rate would make us break even. I would be for the rollback rate or lower. But yet, no, the 3.3, Mayor Pro Tem, is over the rollback rate. Rollback rate's 3.1757. So that's if we receive the amount of revenue of last year estimated. So when we go 3.3, I'm actually saying that would be the highest I could even consider, like an emergency scenario, which I don't see, but just to reserve that. And more or less recommending for this council that I hope that's the highest you would be willing to go. To put 3.55 down is too high. I would love to see what the budget looked like with $500,000 taken out of it to support a rollback rate.
Right.
And
well, it would be it would be more than $500,000 because it would be 500K and 200K in the CRA. So it would be way more than 500,000 or $500,000.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the, yep.
Okay. Well, I just think that if we could do the 3.55 and then really go roll our sleeves up, look at grants we could get for projects and maybe move them off of the rolls. But we have, this should have been done before the millage rate was set. We should have gone through the budget and gone through the things, and then figured out where the millage needed to be, is my opinion. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I was just going to suggest we go to the vote so we can move on.
Yep, I'm ready. Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
No.
Okay, well, good news is it sounds like there's a desire to drive it down and to try to figure out ways to make this work to where everyone wins. So with that, if there's no more
Can I just
discussion.
add one thing?
Oh,
I
yes.
feel that the other good thing is that there's full support of staff from all of you. And you saw the crowd here earlier and they heard that. And I think that's important. So thank you.
We do support that.
Mr. Mayor, you won't be the only one looking into this, so.
Thank you.
Don't.
I'm optimistic.
But, Mr. DeLeo, correct me if I'm wrong, I bought my current condo in 2018. I'm not gonna be paying any more on it. In fact, my taxes this year will go down.
Well, yeah, because if the millage rate comes down and the taxable value of your home stays the same, how could it go up?
Right.
The people that get hit the most,
Taxes will go up.
the people.
We can't be saying this on the record.
Excuse me?
He asked you, will his taxes go up? And you're saying.
What's the value, what's the value?
If this passes, our taxes will go up unless I'm missing something.
If you're valued, let's say your value last year was $200,000 and the millage rate was 3. And now this year, your value is 200 and your millage rate is less. How could you possibly be paying more?
That's not the scenario.
I'm just saying, but the people that are paying more, Mayor, are the people who bought a house, and now I bought a house for $200K 4 years ago. I sold it to somebody 6 months ago for $700K. Those people are gonna pay more taxes. That's all I'm saying.
But compared to from last year to this year.
Unless my home is assessed higher.
Unless your home's assessed higher, that's the
Right.
key. If it's assessed higher, he's paying more taxes.
Now, if his house, I'm not saying, no, you're wrong. I'm saying that doesn't make sense to me. If his house is assessed at the same value and we pass this rate.
Well, if you pass 3.5596, this rate, yeah, I thought you were, yeah, that's, and what was last year's rate? 3.5572, it was a little bit, 35755? Yeah, so last year it was 3.5755. But now it's gonna be 3.5596, and your assessed value is the same. That's the number you use, the multiplier, and that makes it lower.
We're talking about red herrings. You're saying that if your property value didn't increase in Cape Canaveral,
The value would increase only if I sell it. The assessed
Yes.
value is what I'm taxed on, not what somebody might be willing to pay me for. But it doesn't matter. We need to vote. So.
500,000 is going to come from somewhere that didn't come out of last year. So maybe not in your scenario because you didn't sell and the assessed value wasn't impacted, but okay. Any more questions, discussion? Seeing none? City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
Against?
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right, the resolution 2022-14 passes 3-1.
Mayor, would you like to take a 5-minute break?
I would, yes. We will take, let's call it 10 minutes, but try to get back in 5, and we set 5, it goes 10. So 10-minute break. We will start back at 15. All right, we are, I believe, ready to go. It is 8:16 p.m. and we are moving on to old business now of the agenda. We're on item number 2, and this is, I believe, provide direction to staff on the proposal from Kimley Horn and Associates in the amount of $28,500 for the completion of the engineering traffic study, and if needed, authorize the city manager to execute the same. I believe this was, well, city attorney, how about you, or city manager, how about you take us from here? I believe this was Mayor Pro Tem Kellum's
Yes, sir,
item.
that's correct. This is in support of the golf cart ordinance. The golf court ordinance, the whole item was kind of stalled while we were considering this direction from council to approve this. This is a $28,500 study for Kimley Horn to complete the entire, look at the whole city of Cape Canaveral for where would be appropriate places for golf carts, where would they be safe, and importantly, where would they not be safe? And then also to contact FDOT to talk about if golf carts were allowed to cross A1A, where would they be approved to cross by FDOT's approval? So they're willing to go all that great length to get all that information for us and give us a proposal. They've given us a proposal to do that. This was presented at the last month's meeting. Because we ran long, we didn't get to it, which is why we brought it forward in this agenda. Their deliverable date was December last month. I don't know, Dave, if that has slipped. Is it still December or is it now January? It's now January. So if council does approve this, the deliverable date for the study is January. Mayor.
Deliverable date, so they will have the study complete in January if we execute the agreement by like
tonight.
So their lead time, August, September, October, November, December, is 6 months.
Right.
Are there any other firms that can do it quicker?
On our CCNA list, we're very limited on traffic engineering consultants. I think Kimley Horn was one of the few. Dave, if you're going to speak, would you mind coming to the microphone? Thank you.
And one other question as you're coming up that might help. How long does it take them to actually start and finish the study? So they might sign it tonight, but we're in queue. They don't start until December. It takes them 2 weeks to do it. I have no idea how long the study takes, so that might help too.
Yeah.
You're on.
Is this working?
Yep.
I can't see the light on. Yes, there's typically a 30-day lead time before. My experience is I haven't specifically talked to Kimley Horn on when they could, what day they would start this, given it was executed this evening. My experience tells me that it's roughly a 30-day lead time on once a agreement is executed before the work will actually begin. And it really depends on what type of work we're talking about here. There will be a lot of field work for this project in Cape Canaveral. And I know they're wrapping up, Kimley Horn is wrapping up the Presidential Streets Master Plan. And they have a lot of experience and understanding with our street networks in the city. And that was really one of the driving reasons why that was our first choice. They wouldn't have as much, I guess, ramp up time in understanding the city and the dynamics here. So, no, I have not gone out and asked for bids or proposals from other firms. As the city manager indicated, there are very few on our CCNA list that are capable of doing this, let alone who are as familiar with the city as Kimley Horn is. Were those all the questions?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you got them all. And the thing I didn't think about was that Kimley Horn's doing our Presidential Streets Master Plan, which makes up a large portion of the city that.
Yes, and that what's nice is they would double up. I know they still have some trips here to Cape Canaveral to put the finishing touches on the Presidential Streets Master Plan. So they would be able to say there'd be some cost savings associated with them coming over here for Presidential Streets purposes, at the same time being able to do some work on the golf cart study.
Councilman?
Does this quote reflect those savings?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question for Dave before he runs away. If they're already on the presidential streets, surveying or doing whatever they're doing for the master plan, why is the deliverable so long if they have a lot of the knowledge already?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into that, Mayor Pro Tem. One of the things is current existing workload. My experience right now is telling me that the consultants out there, despite the economy, are just going crazy. There's a lot of work out there. If you talk to any surveyors or engineering firms, you're out quite a ways. So I think 6 months on the face of it sounds like a long time, but given that we would be getting in the queue tomorrow.
Could they do it quicker? I mean.
Sure. I mean, yeah, if they devoted more resources and staff to it, they could do it quicker. However, the cost may be, it might elevate a little bit, but if the council decides to move forward with this, I can certainly talk to Kelly Klepper, who's the branch guy. I can ask him about the opportunities to shave some of that time off. No promises, but I'll certainly let him know that it was a wish or desire of the council to expedite that if the council decides to go forward with it.
Thank you. I just want to bring up that, when we brought up the ordinance for the golf carts to enable us to allow golf carts, and it was the consensus of the council that they would not approve the ordinance until we had a study. So now we have this study, which I think is very comprehensive and would do all the things we are looking for as far as safety for our residents. So I believe that we should move ahead with this ordinance. My concern is, when we talk about doing the whole city, I believe there's areas of our city that would not have to be in the study because they directly exit onto A1A, and there wouldn't be a way for them to get down A1A to get to the crossovers that we decided to be able to utilize the golf cart ordinance. So I think that not including those areas, I don't think it would change the amount of money, but it might change the amount of time it takes to get the reports back. That's my only observation. But I think we should move forward. I talked to John DeLeo about this. It could be paid for through the ARPA funds. And I also talked to Dave about, with all the presidential street research we're doing to, get our presidential streets up to where they should be, that this study would also help as far as safety in those streets with the overall plan, that it could be useful to that as well. So I think it's time to move forward with this, get the study done, see where we are. We already have an ordinance in place or ready to go. And that's what I got for right now. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum brings up a good point. This council is in favor. Once we have this done, it won't be this council. It'll be a different council.
Might be this.
Well,
I understand what you're saying.
And my concern now is, wasn't anticipating such a long deliverable time. Now, my concern is we spend this money and you and I and Mickey were the only ones that voted for it. So if it's changed in some manner, it could go the other way. Are we wasting that money?
I think that's always at risk, and I think that there's times where you have to think about that. I think especially if you're doing something that maybe the community, you believe it's right for the community, but there might be a lot of pushback, that would be an issue. With golf carts, I don't see a lot of citizen opposition, nor do I hear it. And I think that we've got the benefit of seeing what Cocoa Beach did, and there's not a lot of pushback. They just took this almost like a buffer off A1A to Brevard, basically call it 100 foot, whatever the length of a block is, and said, you can have golf carts in your neighborhoods basically, but don't even come close to A1A. And they did no study. We're going above and beyond doing a study. I like the idea, and I think if we passed if the money was spent, just say the report's ready in January, we'd need to review it, right? I mean, and staff would make a recommendation, and it wouldn't be until February or March until we actually passed the rules of the road, right? I mean, or the process to get.
Well, part of the deliverable would be a map that says, here's where we recommend we have golf carts.
Mm-hmm.
And that map then would be adopted by reference at second reading of the ordinance. It'd have to go to P&Z? Okay. Okay. So for the sake of the people who didn't hear Dave from the microphone over there, he says it would have to go to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Why would it have to go to planning and zoning? That's the first I've heard of that.
And he's going to come up to the microphone as he's coming.
Yeah,
He
because I
mentioned
can't hear.
110, which I think is a land use.
Yeah, for those, just as an FYI for background, any amendment to the land development code, which runs through chapter 86 through 110 or so. Any amendment in that section of our code requires planning and zoning board recommendation. So I guess it would really depend on where if this golf court study would require any amendment to our land development code. I'm suggesting let's consider that. I'm not saying it would or it would have to, but I think that may be a conversation we could have with the city attorney. But we'd be adopting a map, and there may be some requirements that we would be of any vehicles that we would be allowing in the city. There's some standards, if you recall the draft ordinance, there are standards in there. So the question would be, where would we adopt those standards in our code? And that would determine whether we need to take it to the planning and zoning board or not. So where it fits nicely in our code could potentially bump it another month if we had to take it.
Okay, and you might want to stay close. That front row of chairs looks very welcoming, doesn't it? It's all yours. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Oh, I was just going to say, this isn't my question. The funny thing is I was at A1A and 520 the other day, and there was a golf cart on A1A heading west, crossed over, on 520, crossed over A1A and went into the Beach Wave or whatever that place was. So they're supposed to be limited, but they're not. Councilmember Pro Tem said the money could come from this 28 would be ARPA. I mean, we're talking about taxes, we're talking about cutbacks. Is this something that could be possibly, because that's why I was just wondering where the money is. Is this something that would be?
My understanding is this is going to happen before 30 September, right? The study?
It would be this fiscal year, not next.
Yeah, this fiscal year. Now, no, we don't have, we do not want to use the funds from this general fund. This general fund is laboring as we get to the end of the year, my recommendation would be use ARPA funds if this is something council really wants, because everything else is taxed to the max. When I say tax to the max, I mean the expenses, not the taxes.
The accounts are taxed.
The accounts are taxed. Yeah, so I mean, that's what the council has at their hand there. They could use ARPA money. And that's up to council.
Okay.
And it's a good, so Councilmember Davis's question is, well, one part of it, I think, was, will the funds be spent out of this year's budget that we already passed? Is that what you're at? Because that's a good question.
I just wanted to know where the money's coming from. I mean, we're talking about, this is a lot of money to spend.
Yeah.
Especially like Councilman Willis said, there's an election. It could change. The board could change. We may not even need this. I mean, we don't know. This is a lot of money. And we were talking about cutbacks and different things. So I just wanted to know where this money came, where it fell.
Yeah.
So if this went into the next year, this would be one of those unbudgeted items that if council passed, then it might require that, we use contingency. Again, see, there's something that contingency, those dollars to fund it. So, I mean, yeah.
By the way, I don't think, Dave, this would go to planning and zoning board because chapter 74 is traffic. This is traffic. It's within the right of ways. It's not private property land use issues. I don't think it would require planning and zoning board.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The thing about this too is if we can get this passed, if we can get golf carts off the sidewalks and on the roads in certain places where it's safe, it's going to create revenue for the city, because instead of the people taking their golf carts or low speed vehicles to the state to get them tagged, that money will stay in our town. They will get a registration tag, or however we decide to do it down the road. But, we talk about money and budgets and how we need more revenue. This is a revenue source for the city. And it would be on a yearly, they would have to buy a permit yearly. So again, it creates revenue that we apparently, we could pay the $28,000 back with the revenue from the registrations of the golf carts.
If they comply. Not everyone's going to comply with that. Then we have to think of how much it's going to cost to enforce this and things like that. So there are additional costs to this as well.
There are revenues and expenses.
Yeah.
Yeah, always. Then I think the other thing is some revenues come in. Hopefully they exceed expenses. Valid point. The other side is, well, how does it impact the person today who already has a golf cart? Now this passes, he goes down, gets a permit, and he's able to drive around Cape Canaveral, visit his neighbors, run up to Canaveral Meats and Deli, maybe, if that's an approved area. There's opportunity to do life in Cape Canaveral on an electric vehicle. And so they're not going to the gas pump. It's more convenient. It improves their quality of life. So just looking at that as well to say, wow, what if we did have a city where people could commute at a lower cost? That's another way to help.
If they're on the east side.
If they're not crossing A1A. And I think that's where this goes, is to say, staff originally recommended an enabling ordinance so that we we avoided this conundrum. I think there was some wisdom in it, because why would you go and start spending money on a consultant before you at least got alignment on the ordinance? Like, do you even want to allow it? And we knew that a map still had to be passed, and obviously that was dependent on the study. And so it was pass the ordinance, do the study, determine the map, and then when you pass the map, we move on. And today what we've done is we reviewed an enabling ordinance. We did not take action on it. Now we're going to spend money on a study to come back and support an ordinance and then a map. And it puts us at this risk that we don't have to take. I think at the time, council said, well, if the study comes back and it looks good, well, then we'll pass the ordinance. Not crazy, I get it. But I guess I'm kind of seeing now the wisdom in what our city attorney and manager had originally put in front of us and whoever else was involved. But there's areas in here that the other thing is, I would love to have the ordinance already passed. And then the risk of elections is always there. Cape Canaveral has an election every single year. One of the few cities that do that because we're on 3-year terms. And because that exists, it's like a new council can come in and undo everything. I mean, they could just start transferring money and making huge decisions. And so I don't want to use that as a reason, but it certainly factored.
Mr. Mayor, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the parking meter issue. The ordinance was made, city, responded or reacted to that ordinance. We had parking meters. New person comes in on the council and the city lost money. Because my understanding of the ordinance was first, correct? And then the city acted on that. So I don't want to go down that road again where we're spending $28,500 and then have an ordinance passed and then new council comes up and, we lose that money. So I would suggest that we wait until after the study is done, and then go from there for any ordinance or anything. Or I should say, wait until the election, actually, and not spend the $28,000.
Did the parking meters have an ordinance tied to it?
They did.
And wasn't it that they didn't vote on the ordinance?
Yeah, to clarify, it was,
The opposite.
there was
of what you
consensus,
said.
there was consensus on the council to move forward with a parking meter ordinance. The vote hadn't happened yet. The order was placed. The goods were received, some $250,000 worth of goods. The ordinance was put in for first reading after receipt of the goods.
Right.
It passed. Then unfortunately, Councilmember Jim Morgan passed away and another council member came on board, and he, when the ordinance came up for second reading, he voted against it, which made it fail. So now we didn't have an ordinance, but we had $250,000 worth of gear. We had to sell back for pennies on the dollar.
So our decision in the last meeting, when we had the enabling ordinance, was an opportunity to avoid what happened on the parking meters. And we decided, we went down the same path as the parking meters, deferred on the ordinance. Now if we spend this money without an ordinance, we will be just like the parking meters. That's the way I understand it, right?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
we're going to be at that same risk.
That's correct, sir.
And it's like, well, if this council, why wouldn't we pass an ordinance, do the study comes back unfavorable, and this was the wisdom, and you never pass a map, right, Dave? I mean, isn't that the point? If you can't pass a map, it's allowed, but you can't go anywhere in this city. So it's like, that was a very wise approach to kind of protect our risk.
Mr. Mayor.
Speak to the microphone, please, Dave.
Anthony, please step in here if I misspeak, but I think the ordinance is going to be referencing a map, and if there's no map, no. Go ahead, Anthony, take it away.
Memory, the ordinance was just an enabling ordinance. It wasn't going to approve golf carts on any roadways in the city of Cape Canaveral. The ordinance was structured in a way that if the council was inclined to approve golf carts on a roadway, there would be a public hearing, study, and adoption of a resolution approving the streets where golf carts could be operated. So, that's the way it was structured. So it was like you mentioned, Mayor, just delay the framework that, here's the enabling ordinance. And in the future, if the council wanted to approve golf carts on certain roads, not the whole city or individual roads or whatever, it could do so by resolution. And, Yeah, I mean, I could see it both ways. But in this case, you know, one hypothetical would be you get the study back and it shows that golf carts could be operated on certain roadways, but the council's inclined not to adopt the ordinance. Therefore, the study sits on the shelf. The purpose of the study is to determine whether or not you can make a determination that golf carts can operate safely on some roads in the city of Cape Canaveral. That's the purpose of the study. The purpose of the study is not to adopt the enabling ordinance. You can do that as a matter of policy. So
If I could extrapolate one step further on that, the city council could theoretically approve at second reading the ordinance, say in August. They could approve this that same night, theoretically. Now we're off in probably February before it's received. At that point, the city council would have to approve a resolution adopting the map. We're then past that same election, so it's still at risk. In that case, we would end up, if a council did not approve the resolution, you'd have an ordinance that didn't have a map. We're still past the election, either way we go.
again, the ordinance doesn't need a map. It's just an enabling.
Oh my God.
And
Mayor Pro Tem, we'll be right with you.
so the point is, even if the ordinance was adopted and the council adopted a resolution approving some roads, another council can always repeal the resolution and or the ordinance and do away with it.
Yeah, they can undo anything.
I mean, anything can be most things can be undone.
So we could conceivably waste this money no matter which way we go.
I got one comment on that. The short answer for me is yeah, but
Yeah.
there's value.
One second,
There's value in this study.
I didn't hear
no
his-
matter what.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't hear him. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, either way, we could conceivably not, waste the money.
Okay.
In loose terms, waste the money.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it's a big waste if we, don't even do with it. So in 3 years, if they pick that study back up, does it still have value and merit? No major street changes, no major. I think it could be acted upon. It could be used as a resource, right? So it's not completely a waste, like a fee or something in an expiration date. But yeah, it's a chicken or the egg. It's tough. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Yes,
Yes.
you wanted to say something.
Thank you. Sorry. I just, I forgot to unmute myself.
That's how you really feel.
Yeah. I just think, I've been working on this ordinance or this thing for the citizens since November of 2019. It got delayed, and now here we are. I think, I talked to Dave about the 28,000 for the study. He said it could have, the study would help the presidential street master plan. I mean, it's about safety. It's about our roads. I don't see, it would not be a complete waste of $28,000. I just think we need to just, we tried to pass the ordinance. We got one reading before we did the second reading. Council said, we want to study. Okay, here's the study. It's going to cost money. And like Mr. Willis says, either way, we could lose 28,000. I don't think it's a complete loss, like I said, because it can tie into the presidential master plan. But we could also have a council that is all for this golf cart, thank goodness, and we would have the enabling ordinance and the study underway, and then it would happen in a 3-year span. Cocoa Beach has certain roads that are allowed to use golf carts. They did it with no study. You know, the study got brought up. I was against it at first, but then I decided, okay, you know, for the safety of the people, yes, let's do a study. They're not having any problems down there. This would keep the people away from A1A, just like down in Cocoa Beach. And it would enable older people to go to the library, to go to the multi-generation center, and not spend $4 a gallon in gas just to get around the city. It would help our local businesses. People would patronize them in their golf cart. I just think it's a good thing. It doesn't cost a lot of money. And, you know, it's something, you know, the gas emissions, you know, we have in our comprehensive plan. Again, I've said this a million times, that policy T is golf cart use. The city will allow and evaluate policies allowing golf carts and electric vehicles. This helps with our zero emissions. There's so many positive things that, you know, it could happen that, you know, the next people that come on board on the council love the idea, and we're halfway there finally. So I just think that we should go ahead and spend the money out of the ARPA fund, get the study, and, you know, even if the study is shelved for a couple years, it's still there. And, you know, 3 years from now, when another council comes on and they want golf carts, they can go back to that study. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman-
I'm unmuting.
No, mute. Don't unmute. The other way. Councilmember Davis.
I have a question for the city attorney, and maybe I'm not understanding this. What is the advantage of having the ordinance done now versus waiting until after the study? What does it get us having it done now? Is there any difference from now till after the study?
At the end of the day, you know, probably not. I mean, the study would be needed to authorize, you know, the use of certain roads for golf carts. So that's what the intent of the study is. So, you know, I don't think there's any, it may or may not. I mean, I don't know if there's a real big advantage one way or another to have the study before the adoption of the ordinance.
So there's no real rush because it doesn't necessarily do any.
Well, the ordinance, I mean, having the ordinance in place is, you know, if the study came back favorable for golf carts and you wanted to expeditiously pursue the adoption of the resolution authorizing golf carts on streets, it would take longer to adopt that resolution because you're gonna have to go back and adopt the ordinance. Right? So the ordinance puts you in a position, the council in a position that if you decided to authorize golf carts on roads, you're ready to do it. You just need to have a resolution presented to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, is there a time limit on second reading?
No, sir.
Between first and second?
I'm sorry, again, I didn't hear the
No, there's no
question.
time limit between, there's no time limit for the proposed ordinance that was presented to the council. Some ordinances there are. This one, no, there's no time limit. I think we had first reading. We may or may, I can't remember.
I don't think we took action.
But
We didn't approve it at first reading?
Yes, we did approve it.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
So to proceed,
Okay.
so to proceed with, so to proceed with second reading, since the council hasn't changed, all it would take is a newspaper ad 10 days prior to second and final reading.
And that was my point. The last one is like, if the study came back favorable, you know, are there any streets we would say, I don't care if the study says that's okay, that we don't have to go with it. We don't feel comfortable. And if that's the case, that would be a good basis to limit the study area, at least give them some direction saying, we don't care what you say. We don't want this area. We feel that that's going to be too dangerous. And be able to at least play out in our head this scenario. This study's going to come back probably with some areas of the city that are going to be favorable. And if we're at least open to pass an ordinance on what the study shows as favorable areas, then I think the risk is lower to do it. I mean, the great risk is if they go, I don't care what that study says, I don't like golf carts in the city. That's what I was trying to smoke out, I guess, is to say, let's not, that would be a big waste of money. The majority of the council is like, go run your study, but we just don't feel comfortable with the whole idea. I think that's what the enabling ordinance did, is at least showed intent. Willingness, and then the study will show us ability, right? We're willing.
My interest in the study was to cover our liability, that we researched what was viable, and we can tell anyone that lives, if the study were to come back and say anyone west of A1A can't cross A1A or ride on our city streets, then we have that to point to. It's not just us arbitrarily saying this side of the city or this particular neighborhood can have golf carts, these others can't. It needs to be equitable to everyone. And if by liability, we're limiting that, then we are not accountable for the fact that it's just not safe for them to be on the road. So
we approve an area that comes back in the study goes,
yes, exactly.
Then you got to go reverse, take something away. Family buys golf carts, they spend all that money, they're riding up and down North Atlantic, and that becomes a road that they can't use anymore. It just isn't. So I understand that risk. As long as we can kind of see a scenario that if something comes back favorable from this study, that we could expeditiously, I think, get through the readings. I would be in support of doing the study. I do wish it was sooner. But I understand the Kimley Horn relationship. And maybe they can. I mean, they're probably over-promising or under-promising, over-delivering, kind of. I hope that's the case.
So is it occurring by 30 September if passed? Could this occur by 30 September if it's passed?
Doesn't sound like the study. Are you talking about
The study.
Sound like January.
Okay, so it won't be completed, so it will be in next year's funds. Of course, if it's ARPA, it doesn't
I
matter.
didn't study the payment terms, but I mean, assuming if we signed it tonight and we had to pay immediately, but I think I saw 25-day terms or something. Or 30
Yeah,
days.
if it's ARPA funds, it doesn't matter because I just
Okay.
move the money and we pay it. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Budget. Yes.
one more point I'd like to make. If you look at our map and, you talk about the people on the west side of the city and, equity and them being able to use golf carts. There's certain places, if we designate Center Street and Central Street as crossovers to be safe to, use your golf carts. But there's certain areas in the city, like for instance, Cape Shores. Even with a state licensed slow moving vehicle, low speed vehicle, they could not use theirs because they can't get to the crossovers that are designated without going on A1A. So does that mean we should not let anyone have a slow golf cart or a low speed vehicle in the city, which we do have now that are licensed by the state? So should we not let anybody have any of that because there's certain sections on the west side of A1A that cannot use a golf cart because of where they are geographically? I just, I would like everybody to be able to use it, but just because, as long as the speed on A1A stays this as high as it is, they can't use them to get to the crossover that would be designated by the state. So, that's not fair. So do we not allow low speed vehicles in the city at all? because it's not fair to those people. I mean, the equity thing doesn't really apply here. I don't believe. You know, unless they lower the speed on A1A, people are limited to what they can use anyway.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Wanted to ask the city attorney, we have no control over LSPs. They're licensed by the state. We can't tell them they can't drive on a street in the city that is 35 miles per hour or less. Can we?
But they can't cross
yes.
A1A.
Yeah, the state road is a state road, state jurisdiction issue. I can't speak for the state. The way the law reads on low-speed vehicles, if you remember, it kind of goes the other way. The city council by resolution can affirmatively prohibit low-speed vehicles on city roads. Unlike the golf cart where the city council has to affirmatively authorize them. So yes, the city council can prohibit low-speed vehicles on city roadways. And the ordinance that was presented to the council on first reading recognized that provision in the law, specifically stated that if the council would take that action, if appropriate, by resolution.
Mayor Pro Tem's point, I believe, is even low-speed vehicles, which would currently be authorized by state law, can't cross A1A because it's 40, 45 miles an hour. And she's saying it's no different if golf carts don't get to cross. They're the same as low-speed vehicles in that case.
Thank you. Did you? And I don't think I'm hearing that tonight. I mean, it might be something pressing. I think we heard a little bit about the equity. I think we all would like everyone to have the ability, but if it's true, just an unsafe or jurisdiction issue, that gives us the ability to give them a legitimate answer. It wasn't us pulling an idea out of the sky.
Well, plus the study would also facilitate FDOT telling us whether we're going to be able to cross or not.
Yes.
And even if it's only in 2 locations, we've at least made the effort to make it equitable for the entire city.
And that would apply to LSVs as well as golf carts.
Right. And this Kimley Horn study will handle all that with the FDOT.
Right. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Well.
So do we need a motion to go ahead with the study?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to discussing, you know, the scenarios and the outcomes. I think staff needs direction on it. They did their job. They brought us back what it would cost, and thank you for that. I think generally, it's a good idea to move forward. Because I don't think this is as controversial as parking meters. I think that there's going to be some people who certainly oppose it, like everything we do. But there's going to be, ideally, we would go ahead and move this forward, and then in a perfect world, next meeting, go ahead and get that ordinance passed. But if we don't, it would just make us move faster once the study came back. So, yeah, we need to do something with it. So if there's not any more
Mr. Mayor,
comments, we can do a motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I ask the council if we agree to go ahead and get this study done, would they be willing to pass the ordinance at the next meeting and have it ready for when the study comes back? Because we have agreed that we need a study. We've agreed that we're going to go ahead with the study. Could we have the ordinance on the next agenda to approve, enabling us, the city, you know, with the I don't know, the agreement that, you know, we're waiting on the completion of the study, but at least that ordinance would be passed. Is that something we can agree on?
I would just add that if we were gonna do that, I would say execute this agreement, but Kimley Horn would hopefully be willing to not start work until after we vote. Because what a sad thing is, if, I don't know the payment terms, we pay out 50%, 10,000, and then we vote against it, and now we're dealing with something we could have avoided. So it put in this contract some term that says upon August vote or something.
I think, and I know that Mayor Pro Tem Kellum is going to hate me saying this, but it just makes more sense form-wise to bring this back at second reading and do both in one.
Both the study and the ordinance?
If that's the will of council.
I think that's the best.
I think that's the cleanest solution.
That is the best bet.
Okay. Okay, I agree.
Tonight for his point, yeah.
All right.
I
say we take no action.
Yeah, you can give staff direction to bring this back and the ordinance at second reading for next month.
Okay, so this would come on as old business, I guess, again.
Well, wait, what? We're going to wait another month to agree on this study, which is going to put the deliverables another month away. Let
me just, I'll do my best to explain this. So if we approve the study tonight, and then we get into next meeting and you want to pass the ordinance, right?
Well, I'm asking if that, with the study in the pipeline, would the council agree to pass the ordinance?
Let's assume
but contingent on how the study comes out if we move forward.
Let's assume council all said yes to that. We would, and they certainly haven't said that, but let's assume they did. We get this agreement signed tonight. The next meeting comes and council member changes their mind. That's because they're engaging and the residents, or they think on it, they sleep on it, they have the right to change their mind. I wouldn't.
Oh my God.
Want to first. I wouldn't want to put any of the council in that position when we don't have to. I think if Dave can help us shave off a month, fight for December, give his best effort, we'll get that month back and we pass both of these at the next meeting. But I think your question's fair. If council wants to answer that, I mean, they can. We're all adults here, but.
Well, I just think that we should go ahead with the study. Okay, and if it means, waiting on the second reading, but let's make a step forward.
Well, but if we go forward with the study and we spend the money and then the next meeting they don't want to do it, now we're in the exact same situation as the parking meters.
Mm-hmm.
I understand you're trying to get a binding response out of them tonight, but we can't do that. I mean, they have the right to, a vote is a vote. That's all that matters. They can put their position out, but then they're going to feel pressured like they have to support it. I don't think but again, if they're comfortable with it, you can say it, but I think they want to review it all together. And we are moving something forward. We're talking about bringing the ordinance back next month, which is something that we weren't going to do until like February or March. So we're expediting that to have the ordinance done before the study. They can shave off some time. We may not miss a beat. I would be in favor of the study tonight. We could approve the study tonight, but I wouldn't want to spend any money until after the vote. I mean, that's just.
Well, the vote at the last meeting or the last reading was we are not going to go to the second reading until we have a study. That was the hang up there. So we all agreed 5-0 on the study. Now the study's here. Now we want to delay it again.
But we changed I think we were also arguing that we passed the enabling ordinance the first time, and that didn't go the way that the staff had recommended. And I think we're feeling the ramifications of not taking staff's recommendation. I think that we should.
Yeah, Councilmember Kellum, this is Dave. Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. I mean, the study in and of itself is not going to do anything. It has to be in tandem with the ordinance. And what's being discussed this evening was to take action at the same time that the study will be completed. So although the study may be being pushed, I think the end result is going to be the same, or if not a little bit better. So I think if you try to keep it in that.
I don't think they're going to really start a ton of work in the next 30 days. I think we can afford 30. The study might move back 30 days, but the enabling ordinance is moving up like 5 months. So overall, it's a net gain. That's the way I see it.
One of the things for me when I said that I wanted the study done before the ordinance is I wanted to see the results of the study. I wanted to see if they determined if it was safe or not safe in the city. So that's where where my view is that I want to know what the study says before we do this.
So that's not going to help us next month to bring back the ordinance,
right?
And approve the study if you're not going to vote for it till after you see the study. So,
but I want to know what the study shows before I make a vote. And I thought I made that clear before when I stated that I wanted a study prior to doing this. And like you said, you've been trying to do this, and I appreciate your work, and I'm not taking anything away from that. But a couple more months, I mean, you've waited this long, a couple more months, I mean, as you know, I'm not necessarily for golf carts. And if you had me vote tonight, I would say no. I may see this study and have a complete change of mind. I don't know. But I want to see the study before I make a decision.
So, yeah, Councilmember Davis's position is pretty clear. It's study first, then ordinance. And I think we all voted for study first. And study results first, right? She wants to see the report. That's very important, which anticipated would be in January or February. What we're trying to do, Mickey, is to get the results maybe in December. Be great. Merry Christmas. And we will vote on the ordinance next month. Sounds like Councilmember Davis, unless she changes her mind like she said, is probably going to vote no next month because we haven't finished the study yet. I mean, and I think we have to assess that risk and move forward or let it change our decision.
I mean, there is an option that I find the study great, and it would be wonderful for the city, and I change my vote. I mean, so that's something, that has to be considered.
Okay.
Well, isn't that more reason to go ahead and let the staff do the study? I mean, if nobody's going to make up their mind until after we have the results, why wait another month to say yes, to go ahead with the study?
Yes. Councilmember Kellum, I think the point is that the council, that your other members on the council are trying to paint a path forward that they potentially could support this. If this path forward is not painted clearly, then it may not move forward. So I think the long game for you is to potentially maybe push it off a month and still win at the end of the day.
Well, there's compelling reasons both ways, and you just don't know till you make a motion and call the vote.
The day you can, from when we started this meeting, the day you could sit in a golf cart or low-speed vehicle and drive around was looking like spring of next year. we might be able to shave off a couple of months by getting this study done sooner. And I think I'm in support of that. Next month, we can, if the votes go in support of the ordinance, the study is launched, we cheer on the Kimley Horn team and Dave and say, hey, hopefully get it done soon and we're ready to go. I think that's going to be our best bet, and try to beat those timelines out to the best of our ability. I think that's the right move for me. Councilmember Willis, any comments from you?
Nothing further.
Okay. Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing further.
Okay, none for me. I think I got a little note here that someone might be trying to speak. Deputy Clerk, do you have a hand raised from the public?
Dr. Roberts, Dr. Shannon Roberts is on with a hand raised. I'll go ahead and lower her hand and unmute her.
Okay. Hey, Dr. Roberts.
I hope this works this time. I know the first time I didn't have success on my end, but thank you all so much. I know this is an important issue for the city. I did want to mention that having discussed this opportunity for the golf carts over, in the community off of Shorewood Drive, which is off of the North Atlantic corridor, there is concern about the golf course. So I just wanted to mention as part of the discussion that I think when the residents become aware of it, those that are concerned about it for safety purposes, are concerned about it. So I just wanted to feed that in. I know when I mention it, I'll ask what their opinions are. Then they say that they think it's a safety issue, particularly on North Atlantic. On Shorewood Drive, we do have golf carts that go up and down. It's a huge safety issue for us on a private road. So I'm just mentioning, I think that's probably part of the reasoning for the strong feeling, not encouraging it for the city. And I would like to thank you all for the study. I think that will just do just what you all are talking about. It'll add the additional data and awareness of best practices and also lessons learned, because there are some other opinions about golf carts that I think the study will, reveal. And I think that will also help the broader community. I'm so sorry because I can't access the map, but does the map include the major arteries of Ridgewood and North Atlantic?
The map I'm looking at looks to be like a citywide map, every street.
That's just great, because I think that will also be helpful in the verification one way or the other, as to what the city is considering. The conversations I've heard is the city is not designed for this, and that was brought up in the first discussion. I know you all recall that quite well, that unlike Vera, we weren't designed this way. That's the reason I think the P&Z point was a good one, to potentially bring it to their attention. But maybe the study will take care of all the questions the community might have. The meetings that the consultant's going to have, are there any of those public meetings, or are they all going to be just sort of staff consultation?
Dave, would Kimley Horn do a presentation to council in that study? Is that included?
I think my question was more workshop related, but maybe there's not enough public interest. I don't know.
Is it in their contract? Super.
Presentation to the city council, as well as 2 virtual meetings.
They cover.
Okay, Dr. Roberts, did you hear David Dickey's response that yes, a presentation would be included from Kimley Horn to the council, which would be at a public meeting? Or were you
Okay.
looking for something more?
No, thank you, Wes. I couldn't hear Dave. So repeating it for those of us that are participating this way, it was very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, just one second, Mayor Pro Tem. Was that it from Dr. Roberts? I think her time expired, but we used it, but I think
Yeah,
that was it.
I think just from the public's perspective, I'm a little confused on the order of process. Personally, I think getting the study results is helpful to determine one way or the other. I think the signal on the first reading was not necessarily a good one. It was kind of prejudging the policy of the city. So I'd be encouraging this council to consider the study results being revealed to the council and to the city first, and then proceeding with whatever you all think is best after that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And David, I'm coming back to you, Mayor Pro Tem, but the results would be February, right? Or January.
Yes.
Results, okay. So Mayor Pro Tem, we're trying to get these results sooner.
okay. I
Move
just
that
have one more thing to say, and I think, everybody's concerned about safety. And this is what I don't understand. The city was not designed for low-speed vehicles as well. So are we going to, by resolution, not allow low-speed vehicles for safety? Or is because they have a tag that they pay to the state, does that make them safer? That's all I got.
I agree with you. I think I would support this, the ordinance. I don't need this to see the study first. And I guess, Councilmember Willis, I mean, you're not saying, are you willing to at least consider the ordinance before seeing the results, or do you want to see the results as well? Because that means that we might have to wait till December or January before we vote on the ordinance. And I think Mayor Pro Tem has a good point there. But
Well, if the ordinance is non-binding, I mean, it won't matter whether we pass the ordinance next month or in February, or whenever we get the results back from the study.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a question for me now.
So you're okay with passing the ordinance knowing it doesn't?
We're not going to do anything with it until we know where they could go.
Right. The studies for the map, for the locations that they're allowed. Okay. And if that's the case, then I would be fine passing this contract tonight, but I would not want them to start spending. It'd just be one less thing we got to vote on next month. But the only thing that would change is unless Councilmember Willis changed his mind, and I don't want to put him in that position, but I'm just hoping you understand that point, Mayor Pro Tem. I think we're done. I think we can look forward to next meeting. Consensus, I think, was taken. Are you clear on everything, City Manager?
If you could restate the consensus, it would help the minutes.
I think we're going to do, we're taking no action tonight, right, Anthony? That's the best approach. The cleanest is that we bring this back in August with the second reading of the enablement.
Okay, so bring back the proposal from Kimley Horn and the second reading in August.
Yeah.
We will advertise it 10 days prior.
And hopefully Dave is successful and maybe changing the terms of the agreement. Maybe you can shave off a month.
Yes, and I'll talk to Kelly tomorrow, and at least put him on notice that that's the path we're going, and he may be able to start actually doing some preliminary work. So we'll try to move it along as quickly as possible.
Hope you heard that, Mayor Pro Tem. Sounds like things are moving forward. So we don't need to do anything with that. Next item was, we're ready to move on now. The next item was the rising rents, item number 3, submitted by Councilmember Raymond. She is not on tonight. Is that still, Councilor, are you okay with making this whole business for the next meeting until she comes back? I feel kind of lost without her.
I would prefer to make it old business.
For the August meeting? Okay, then we don't need to take any action, right? That's fine. All right. We're on to the consent agenda items 4 and 5. This is the time to pull a consent agenda item if you have one. We've got the minutes and then we got the Tetra Tech. $81,000 engineering design bid construction for the wastewater, or I'm sorry, the water reclamation facility. This, I think, is the engineering for the clarifier project. Is that right? So I need to pull number 5. It'll be short and sweet. Don't get nervous. I'm looking at the time. We're at 9:21, so we're going to move. Looking for a motion to adopt the minutes.
I make a motion to adopt item 4 in the consent agenda.
Motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Davis to adopt item number 4 on the consent agenda. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis? 4. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4. And Deputy City Clerk, if for any reason and we're going to move through, I think these a little quicker. If there's any time that there's a hand raise or comment, please, if it's okay with you, City Clerk and City Manager, ask him to interrupt one of us or me, because I think there's been a couple of times where he didn't interrupt or flag me if I'm.
That's your job. You have to
We
go
wanna-
to him.
We
Okay.
don't want to delegate that one. That's the mayor's.
Got it.
Not gonna have that.
See you. Thank you. Okay, thank y'all. So item number 5, do we have to, don't we have a sole source with Tetra Tech? Do we have to use them? Don't we have some service provider, continuing services? Is that what, different than?
Jeff, you want to speak to this one? Jim? Or John?
Tetra Tech's on our approved CCNA list, along with about 6, 7, 8 other firms.
Okay, and are they the only firm that could do this
No,
engineering work?
they've done a lot of work with the plant.
Did we,
On other projects.
and they came back with 81,047. Did we reach out to any other firms?
No, the way the CCNA process works, you pick the consultant you want, and you negotiate a price, and if you're both in agreement, that's what you get.
Understood. So you don't have to get, they fit within the, as a service provider, continuing service provider, and then you don't need to go to bid.
If you don't like their price, you go to the next consultant.
Okay. Do you like their price?
Yeah, we always talk them down when we get quotes from our consultants.
Okay.
So we always try to talk them down, 5 or 10% at least.
Why do we not have the designs from the original one that was built?
They have to redesign it because we're not the public bid.
Who did the original design for the one that was built in the mid-90s?
Ovivo.
They designed it and constructed it? They were design build? Why are we not doing a design build this time? Why are we outsourcing the design and instead of just going to a company and say, here's the old plans, we want to do something similar, then give us a quote for design build?
Those plans for the clarifiers are owned by Ovivo.
Proprietary.
Prior to Ovivo, there was, what plans did Ovivo go off of?
Their own. They designed their own plans. They own the plan. That was the reason why we wanted to go with Ovivo, the replacement of what needed to be done in the clarifier.
So Ovivo has, if we had Ovivo's plans, we wouldn't have to be in this situation? Is that right? I mean, if we had their engineered design drawings, we could.
We had the right to use them.
The right.
That's use Ovivo.
We don't have the right to use Ovivo's engineered design plans?
Correct.
They're not willing to sell us their engineered design plans for,
No, they won't. We tried to get them.
okay.
As I understand it, Jim, just for clarification, when Ovivo was retained and hired, what, 1994? Something like that. They actually came in and designed and constructed the clarifiers.
They only constructed the interior. The tanks themselves were constructed by Chrome.
But they came in and actually designed and built the clarifiers. Maybe that's the bet, right? Yeah. Okay. So now what you're asking, what you have to ask is you need the city's engineering firm to prepare specs for purposes of having a company come in and actually build and install new clarifiers.
That's correct.
And my question is, why couldn't we go to a company who does design and build together? Just like we did with Ovivo, and put the whole thing out to bid.
You would,
Oh, I thought you were talking.
Does that question make sense? Is to go, just like we did, we're using ARPA, I would imagine we're using ARPA funds for the 81,000, right? For the Tetra Tech
Anything through that.
clarifier.
Anything through that project. Unless there's, yeah.
But yeah, my
Yes.
question is, it because
In
we're
totality.
breaking out the engineering and we're breaking up the construction to do a design bid, one for everyone. I understand that if they don't have a design component, then they would need spec, like the city attorney said. But there's so many design build firms out there, or they're designing, they sub out the build. To me, it would be better that we put the whole thing out to bid. And I think here we are, we're going down this 81,000 with them, and to know these are ARPA funds. They're all, the whole project's out to bid. We're looking for a design build. Oh, that was my question. That's my only concern.
Mayor, Tetra Tech will put it out for bid. It'll be a competitive bid, so it'll be designed where multiple companies can bid on it, other than just one company.
The construction they'll put out to bid.
The engineering services will put it out for bid. This contract, or this proposal from Tetra Tech, includes construction management services.
So this is a retrofit now, not a replacement?
It's a replacement.
It says for retrofitting 2 clarifiers at the water reclamation facility.
But they will have to retrofit it because they don't have the original plans. So they will have to design it with what they see will work into the clarifier and put it out for competitive bid.
Is it more appropriately worded as a replacement than a retrofit? Or would you agree that it's still a retrofit either way?
Well, chances are we're not gonna fix the tanks, so there's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
So, I don't know.
It's interchangeable.
The terms are almost there.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, but the way I understand the proposal, I mean, there's 3 components to Tetra Tech's task order that they submitted under a CCNA contract: final design, bidding assistance, and construction administration. The final design component is a figure of $38,337 compensation, right? For that part of their task order. And then what they would be doing is preparing and submitting a technical memorandum outlining the feasibility of retrofits, right? For the clarifier system. And at which point, based on that technical memorandum, they're going to prepare engineering drawings, clarifier equipment that would then be competitively bid, right? For a company that comes in and constructs the newly designed clarifier system. So the difference between going with Ovivo and what's being presented tonight is that was all done many years ago with Ovivo, where they came in and designed, engineered, and actually provided the equipment. Right? You don't have that. It's not an in-kind replacement anymore. You need a new set of engineering plans. And as I understand it, Tetra Tech advised there may be some alternative improvements that can be made to the clarifier system based on your current tank configuration and your current sewer system. Isn't that correct?
Right, they're gonna look into that.
And they're gonna look into that before they prepare the engineering plans that would be competitively bid. And and the mayor's point is, well, could you just start really from even below ground zero and actually put out an RFP to do a design build, which would bring in a company may not be familiar with the city system and have to come in and do everything that Tetra Tech is providing for their first phase of their work and construction. And then you would still need Tetra Tech to do bidding. You're going to need Tetra Tech to do a different kind of bid specifications, because design build is going to require, I think, a certain level of engineering plans to even put out for a design build. Isn't that true? Right? Because you just can't. You have to have a starting point, and then your design build company comes in and does the final engineering and do the construction, like we did, I think, at City Hall. Right? The architects come in, yeah. So, I don't know what to tell you. I think this is probably at this stage, probably the cleanest way that you can do it, without really. Revising this scope, because they're going to have to do probably a lot more work on the design build RFP than what they would do for this RFP, or maybe even do some of the same work to get to the design build.
So there's a scenario under this contract that they might look into alternative remedies to fix the problems with the clarifier in there. And if that comes back and say, hey, spend a couple $100,000 and you'll get 5 more years of life left, spend 500,000, you get maybe 10, or you get 30 if you do a full like you originally. Okay. Yep. It just jumped out to be a lot of money, but I don't know how much this goes for. It might be the best cost, and that's why having other people's bids helps level up the playing field. And I got a little bit of reluctance because this is a part of the ARPA funds, and we're using one company. This is different, and I just felt like, why wouldn't we just put this out to bid? So I'd feel better if we did. And I think that to go off, to take photographs, to take our public records and show the schematic, are we allowed to at least, it's public record to show the Ovivo, the drawings of the final? I mean, how can they stop? Who's to stop a contractor from going in and looking at the drawings to say, here's what they're working with Ovivo. They want to come up with a solution to really fix the problems we're experiencing. It's past its useful life. We got this wiper problem, and put that out to bid. I like that Kimley Horn's going to look at, or Tetra Tech's going to look at other solutions, but That was it. I would feel better if we did this, but I'm a little hesitant because I know that I just don't understand it. And I know it's 9:36. And if this isn't, I want to understand it more because I just get heartburn thinking about we're using ARPA funds here. We need to go above and beyond. So I've said my piece. Thank y'all very much. Council, any other comments on this one?
No.
Mr. DeLeo, is there any concerns or considerations with ARPA funds in this contract?
Oh, no, because this falls under the wastewater, stormwater. This is the top of the list that ARPA funds were intended for when they first started talking about what ARPA funds could be used for. So this, no, I mean, we were all geared with using ARPA funds predominantly for wastewater and stormwater from the outset, following the rules of, now we've been given so much latitude. It's actually a wonderful thing. You usually give a lot of latitude for spending a lot of money. So, but
Water's approved, I get that, but
Yeah.
competitively, we're not saying this is a sole source.
no,
I'm saying,
no,
why aren't we competitively bidding this? We're choosing a non-competitive route to the solar. Again, it's a
Again,
watered down version of the boat we were going down before.
And again, and I'm not gonna even, I won't even belabor this. No, this competitive bidding, there's no violation of federal anything. So this is legitimate to use ARPA funds.
There's no
No, I'm not going back down that road from like we did last meeting when I was asked, did you consider that there were no federal restrictions? That's why I didn't bring it up last time. There's no federal restrictions here. That's all.
Are you saying there's no federal restrictions?
There's no federal restriction on using ARPA funds. It reverts back to what we do under our own purchasing policy within the city, okay?
On the original sole source, you're saying that?
Okay.
Then why are we not sole sourcing? Why are we not sole sourcing if there was no federal law at play?
We wanted the sole source, but that was determined. It wasn't the federal restrictions. There was other things involved. And I as the finance director and I'm not going to go back to other meetings for this to be twisted.
Well, you're
like
making it sound like it's a
whatever.
waste of time.
I'm
We've never
saying-
messed with federal law, and I think that there was some glaring low justification on staff's opinion and why we weren't going out to bid. We didn't have a good answer, and we decided just to be nice to not go down a sole source. There was legitimate issues there.
That's
so
a
to
Todd
say
lawyer
that this
question.
isn't a legitimate issue too, I think it's less money, but it's the same funds, the same problems occur. Sorry, I know you were talking, but these comments come in and it changes
Wow.
the narrative that there's never been an issue with federal funds. Then why are we not doing a sole source?
Please defer to the
I think that's
city
a-
manager.
And I hope that you would do the same. I would love to hear this.
Thank you. The sole source issue was an issue because we did not have Ovivo on a CCNA. They were not part of a CCNA. This firm this completely different project is one of our CCNA firms. That because they are the virtue of them being in a CCNA firm, we do not have to competitively bid it.
My point is, why are we not just doing it after all we've been through with this? This is ARPA money. Why are we not competitively bidding? Because we don't have to.
You are competitively, but the city, the council would have, you gotta back up here, because getting late. The city competitive.
I'll punt till next month.
Yeah, the city went through the competitive consultant negotiation, a competitive bidding process to select engineering firms to do future task orders for various projects, including sewer projects. So Tetra Tech has been competitively bid and vetted, selected by the council to allow council to issue task orders exactly what is being presented to you tonight, because they've already went through the process. So there's no competitive bidding issue here on this task order. Now, you brought up, well, why don't we just design build it? Well, you know, if that's also under the Competitive Consultants Negotiation Act, there's a special process for that. And to even go down the design build route, the city would have to hire a design criteria professional like Tetra Tech to prepare a design criteria package that can actually be put out on the street to get some company to come in and study it, finish up the design, and do the construction. So that's a different way to deal with this specific matter. I'm not sure that's going to be the most efficient at this juncture. We've already gone down the sole source with Ovivo because they were going to do an in-kind replacement. You're right, Mayor. The council and you had issues whether or not it met sole source criteria. Fair enough. And the council determined, no, it's not going to be a sole source to do the in-kind replacement with Ovivo. You wanted it to be competitively bid. Staff is presenting the option using your CCNA engineering firm to put on the street engineered plans to bring a construction contractor to come in and fabricate and install the equipment. Again, the other option, if you did design build, it's really kind of just a small little, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, you're still going to need to have an engineering firm and pay an engineering firm to do the design criteria package that would go out on the street. And then your engineering firm like Tetra Tech is still going to have to do the bidding evaluation work, do the bid specs for you, and supervise the design build contractor at the end of the day, right? Staff, they're nodding their heads going like this. So, I mean, this is a legitimate way to address your competitive bid concerns using an engineering firm that's in your stable of competitively selected engineering firms. Now you're going to go out and get a competitively bid to bring in a contractor to fix your problem. I think this is a legitimate proposal. You mentioned there's a possible other option. I'm not sure you're going to be saving anything off the 88,000 figure in the proposal because design builds cost money with engineering firms to do your design criteria package anyway.
But are they preparing a design criteria package?
They're going to do, as I am, staff sitting over there, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn. Correct me if I'm wrong. Tetra Tech's going to come in and do an evaluation to determine what the best. They're going to do this technical memorandum, look at feasibility of retrofits regarding a new system with potentially more advanced technology, right? They're going to sit down with staff and going to say, here's our technical memorandum. Here's what we think the possibilities are, right? Which could be even better than the Ovivo system. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. And staff is going to say, okay, we like that. And then they're going to engineer drawings for exactly what you want, correct? And then those drawings are going to go out on the street in a competitive bid, and contractors or fabricators and manufacturers are going to bid on those engineering drawings that Tetra Tech on their engineering seal certifies will work, right? Staff? at your plan. So Tetra Tech is going to be professionally licensed engineering firm on the hook regarding those plans and specifications. And they're going to supervise whatever construction contractor, fabricator the council selects when you award the contracting bid. And Tetra Tech is going to supervise and make sure that that contractor fabricates and installs the clarifier system that they design, that Tetra Tech designed. Correct, staff? Yes. That's how I understand, the process that you want to, go down.
And my thought was, why wouldn't we just reach out to all the companies and say, this is what we've used for 25 years. Come in and do your analysis, run your numbers, and come back and get 5, 10 bids from companies. And to say, hey, we can do this. This one's better than the one you had before, and we can take them all in. I mean, what if we didn't have a clarifier there? I understand exactly what you're saying as a way to do it. It just seems to be more expensive, in my opinion. And I don't know why we're just not reaching out to companies saying we need to replace our clarifier. All are invited to come bid. Figure out your own engineering specs. We want something comparable to what we have, or if you have another solution that's better, we're open to proposals. I guess maybe I don't understand. You have to have this exact thing for them to bid on. I understand that it helps with the accuracy of the bids, but it's essentially free to go out. There's time to go out and get bids in on some requests for information, proposals, and that was it.
And I hear you. And the CCNA process, because engineering services are going to be required, and you have an estimated construction cost in excess of the CCNA threshold for design build, you're going to have to go through the design build process to retain an engineering firm to do the design and the build that you're suggesting. It's a legitimate process for projects of a certain magnitude, but there's no home rule when it comes to retaining engineering firms. You have to follow the CCNA statute when the cost is going to break the threshold in the statute. So, those are the competitive processes that are laid out in the Competitive Consultants Negotiation Act, and you have to select from the menu, and that is it. It's very common for cities to lean on their CCNA stable of engineering firms on a task order basis, so they can quickly and expeditiously get to the point that they really need to get to, which is the construction of some infrastructure that's needed by the city. It's a way to expedite and efficiency. It's not the only way to do it. Like we talked about design build.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I think we were not following all the criteria that we should have been, or at least we didn't fill it to its intent. We did not qualify to sole source because it was not competitively bid. And we decided to go down this route now to have this done. This is a big piece, 80,000 of the total project. And I said, well, why aren't we bidding this? I understand that we competitively bid our service providers. I see the efficiencies, but when you layer in that this is ARPA federal funds approved for a water project, no debate there, but how it's bid through this service provider, fine. I think that's good. I would love for this project scope of work to stop right after they determine, yes, there are some, here's what we're seeing you're gonna need to do. So before engineering starts, I would support this if council can see what they come away with before the engineering work starts, before we wanna continue. So it looks like there's multiple levels of scope of service, whatever that first step is, before feasibility, I guess, that would be That would be my preference. If that's not supported by the council, we can move on. Council, any more comments on this? I don't know how that's priced, but that would be my thought is maybe it's 20,000 and they stop, they pause and they go, here are your options. And we can say, go ahead and engineer it. You get the green light. Keep the contract written as is, add a milestone in that has council the ability to check. Cause I want to see if we don't have to go down this route, I don't want to go down it. And I know that's a possibility. Council, if we don't have anything else, we can take a vote. I think I'm clear on how I would support it. But if y'all want to move it forward as is, I'm going to oppose.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda item for the Tetra Tech contract.
I second the motion.
All right, got a motion by Councilmember Willis and a second by Councilmember Davis to approve the contract as written. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, any comments?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no comments either. Daniel, any comments? Hands raised?
Mr. Campbell has his hand raised. I'll go ahead and unmute him.
Mr. Campbell?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
So I've kind of been watching this since the beginning, and it started out with a question about sole source to OVO, whatever the name is. And then that ultimately ended up with the city coming back saying there was no sole source issue. So I'm kind of confused why you're doing any of this if there was no sole source issue in the first place. And then on top of that, I understand having the engineering firm already on contract, and that does meet the requirement. But in this case, the clarifiers are not technically complex. They're not unique. You've had them for a long time. You can easily put it out for bid for a design build and let the firm who's going to ultimately be responsible for the system's performance give you the proposal to build something that meets our general requirement, not every specific nut and bolt that's on that system. You can design, build, have them come and look at it and put it in. So I don't understand what the whole deal is about putting yet another layer in, have another engineering firm do design, which by the way, you should already have from when it was installed in the first place. And then I don't know what information was provided by OVO when the original sole source was going to be approached, but all of that now becomes public record. And if they gave you the design they were going to do under sole source, then that can be provided to any other vendor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
I have a question for the city attorney. Can we go backwards? Can we go back to sole source? Can we go back to OVO at this point where we're at?
I think based on the record in our previous public hearings, I don't think it's advisable. I think you're beyond the point of no return, and I think you need to competitively somehow bid this project that your staff is telling you is needed.
All right, thank you.
I agree with the comments of Mr. Campbell on that this is not complex. We should put it out for a bid, design build. And I think this is just unnecessary. We're going to be getting back into a similar situation, not nearly as in depth as the original, but it's not worth it to me. And I feel like we're rushing this. So with that, no more comments. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, yes,
Mr.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry. I just had a question. what if we, um, so we can't go backwards to just do are they out of the picture now altogether, Oviedo? And what would be the delay if we did put this out for bid? And I mean, the clarifiers need to be done. As Mr. Marsh stated, it's dangerous out there for the employees. And, you know, we delayed it when we, the sole source thing apparently wasn't needed. And now we have the sole source thing in place. And now we have this other company and we're going to put this out for bid. And it's costing us, I forget what Mr. Moore said, how much a week to kind of temporarily fix what's needed to be done. And I'm just trying to figure out, are we stepping over a penny to pick up a dime, or a dime to pick up a penny? And time wise, how long are we going to, the mayor said there's no rush, but is there a rush for safety and money that we're spending on a daily or weekly basis to just make it work the way it is?
We have 3 minutes until 10 o'clock. I want to address, you asked 2 or 3 questions, but I'm going to need a motion to extend so we're not up against it.
A second.
Oh, I didn't even make a motion. I said I'm looking for a motion.
I make a motion, we extend for 20 minutes.
It's better to go longer and try to cut under like we did with the taxes.
I'll second.
Yeah. All right, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Willis to extend for 20 minutes.
Councilmember Davis?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to answer a question.
We're going to extend time first.
Okay.
And then I will.
Sorry, my bad. 4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
Okay. I'm not the best to answer your questions. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, if you want to ask, I would think that Jim and Jeff or Anthony and Todd would be the best to answer. Which one do you want to address first?
I guess the sole source wasn't actually really needed because of the federal money we're using. And now we are at getting another company to do the design. You know, I'm not an engineer. I don't follow all this. I know that something that's been there for 29 years or 25 years needs to be fixed. And which is the best, most efficient way to do it to protect the staff out there that has to work with it every day and to get it done. I mean, it's another delay, and then it's costing us money to make the best of it until we can get it redone. If Mr. Moore is there, maybe, or Jeff can address how much it's costing us and, you know, how much of a delay is it going to be now if we put this Tetra Tech out for bid again?
Well, as they're coming up, is your question, if we approve it as written, which is Tetra Tech putting it out to bid, are you asking, but what if we do the design build bit, compare that to what they're proposing today? Or
yes.
Okay, so if we did not move forward with this and we did design build and put that out to bid, I don't know how much that would delay Jeff's here.
Well, you still got to come up with bid specs, you know, bid materials, delay. I mean, Tetra Tech said they'll have its engineering drawings around Thanksgiving. So that's what you're looking at. It'll go out to bid in December.
Okay, thank you.
Was that it? Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Just to go along with what Pro Tem Pelham said, it is my understanding a safety issue for the staff. It's $1,000 a week, correct? It's costing us extra money. I mean, at this point, I don't know if you'll ever be, completely satisfied. I have trust and faith in the staff. I trust in what you're saying, that this is the way to go. I have trust and faith in our city attorney. So I say that we move forward with this so that we can provide a safe environment for our people and that we can save as much money as possible. Because this point is going to cost us a lot more than what we first anticipated. So my vote is to move forward.
Yep, got it.
The quickest way to do the project was to use Vivo sole source. That was the quickest time. That went from 62 weeks, and now we're looking at 84, I believe. So this is taking more time, but the quickest way would have been using Vivo.
And again, we have to think of our staff and the safety of our staff and the cost.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think maybe this process needs to be looked at for different projects in the future, so we can get it right and there's some kind of procedure that is followed. But I think it's time to get this done and to save the $1,000 a week and for the safety of the employees. Thank you.
Yep, I want to get it done. Private sector moves fast, government moves a little slower. There's rules that we have to follow by. And so it is the battle of efficiency versus all the statutes and guidelines that we got to follow. And I think that if we believe that we're good, go with Orion. We're still inside 84 weeks, 62 weeks. I think that would be a huge mistake. And I don't think it was based on the comments that were said. I think it was based on the reality of what we were doing when we looked at it. And if we are really doing this to we were in a position we shouldn't have been in. We were dealing with federal funds, and I'm just trying to, this 84,000 compared to the total, it'll move forward, but the time frame to get it done, I trust staff, but I have to verify. Originally, we heard it was going to be, I don't remember, multiple millions. What if we find out here from Tetra Tech that they realize, no, you don't have to do all that. You just need to spend a couple $100,000. Had we went with that original, we might have been in a worse situation. So I think this could come out to be favorable, and that's why I hope, sounds like council doesn't want it, but I would at least like to know an update. I'll follow it and ask and inquire somewhere when Tetra Tech finishes to know, are there any other solutions other than a full replacement to get immediately out of pain of the $1,000 a week, whatever that pain is, get out of it immediately. And then can you give us 5 years of runway or 10 years without spending over $1 million? So
Tetra Tech will give us a memorandum.
That's helpful.
We can make that, we'll give it to the council for review.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. City Clerk, would you please call the vote?
Councilmember Davis? 4. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
Against?
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right, we are at 10:05. We have 15 more minutes before time expires roughly. We are now on paper there. Thank y'all. Item 6, we are in this slew of public hearings at this time. City attorney, city manager, and obviously council. Do we want to run through the public hearing, just stay the order, get through these, or do we feel like we need to move something? No, let's do it. All right, Mr. City Attorney, we are on item number 6, ordinance number 1622.
Okay, ordinance 16-2022. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Florida, revising the city's sanitary sewer service fee schedule in accordance with Article 3 of Chapter 78 of the City Code for city fiscal year 2022, 2023 through 2026 through 2027, subject to an annual review of the rate schedule adopted hereunder by the City Council, providing for ratification of sewer rates for sewer customers, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into Appendix B, schedule of fees, severability, and an effective date. This is second and final reading, also a public hearing item. If you recall, originally at the last meeting, this was presented as a resolution. The council decided that they wanted to adopt these rates by ordinance. We presented an ordinance which was read in first reading and approved by the City Council. There was discussion and direction about it was a 5-year rate schedule that's being proposed. Council had some comments and concerns possibly about the future rate increases that are built in. So we added a section to the ordinance. If you go to, where did I put it? Yeah, if you go to the page 3 of 4, right below, there it is, right below the schedule of rates, the sewer charges adopted above for 2022-23 shall be automatically adjusted annually by the amount stated in the rate schedule above. But the annual adjustment, is effective October 1 each year. And then it goes, notwithstanding, the annual adjustment permitted under this rate schedule shall be subject to suspension or reduction by the City Council on an annual basis prior to the effective date of the automatic annual adjustment. Any suspension or reduction shall be based on the City Council's periodic evaluation of the financial management plan of the city's sewer system, particularly the updated revenue and expenses, as well as changes in economic conditions, water consumption, regulatory requirements, and other factors. So in other words, the rate schedule that's being approved, the rates for 2022-23 will take effect October 1, and then thereafter, the rate schedule will be subject to an annual review by the City Council, and the council can decide to suspend or reduce the rates in the subsequent years based on a review of the revenue and expense analysis, which Raftelis provided. They would probably do an update, and then you can see how your revenue and expenses coming in, and then you can decide on an annual basis whether you want to stick with the rates in the schedule or suspend them or reduce them, depending on your annual review. And I think that addresses the council's concerns about the automatic rate increase in subsequent years after 2022-23.
Thank you very much, City Council. My only comment, I think this failed last time, right?
It was approved with modification.
And that modification that Anthony just read is okay. Thank you. You kept saying annual. Is it periodic or annual? Because I see in any suspension reduction shall be based on annual. Makes sense to me. I get that, but I'm just making sure, can we review it more frequently than annual, way this is worded?
The suspension or reduction is on an annual basis prior to the effective date of
Okay.
the automatic adjustment. And the periodic evaluation means you can review it, every month if you really wanted to before the next automatic increase. So it takes effect. But typically the way it's done is when you adopt this type of rate schedule with automatic increases with a provision like this, I would say a couple of months before several months before the effect, it goes into effect in subsequent years, your rate consultant will give you an update on revenues, expenses. You may have additional projects and so forth. And then you look at that updated rate study, and then you all decide whether you want to take action to suspend or reduce or maintain the rate and the adopted rate schedule. So it gives you like this maximum flexibility. You can't go above, because then we would have to re-advertise the rate schedule for increases, but you have the flexibility to maintain the rate on an annual basis, the increase, or suspend it and keep the current rates for another year, or to reduce it for that 1 year.
Okay.
That makes sense. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you added some flexibility in there that gives us a chance to, instead of, I think the big concern last time was what we decided is going to be over the next 5 years. You gave us a little bit more control as a city.
Not absolute control. The only thing you would not be able to do on an annual basis is increase the rate without re-advertising those rates on the City of Copeland water bill. So if your rated analysis came back saying even this rate schedule is too low and you had to increase rates higher, we would have to re-advertise a rate increase and amend the schedule. So this gives you the ability, though, the flexibility to do everything else but a rate increase by holding this periodic evaluation every year.
Got it. Yep, I'm reading the minutes here. Motion was made, okay, to amend the main motion to do a yearly review. The motion carried 5-0. The main motion carried 3-2, with Mayor Morrison and Councilmember Willis voting against. Got it. So it went 5-0 on adding in the provision you just said, and then we voted and it went 3-2. That's where I was confused. We had an amendment to the motion, and then we had another vote. Okay, I have no more comments. Council?
Mr. Mayor.
About the addition, I still don't think we should raise rates. Thank you. Tim.
My question for Anthony is on the yearly review. I thought when we voted on it last year, it would be, we wouldn't have to pay that company $10,000 a year to, I mean, would it be an internal review of the rates, or would we have to pay that company again? I mean, I think in the minutes, or it wasn't clarified whether it's their review or just a city review.
Yeah. Typically, utilities rely on rate consultants. Now, they did a full-blown 5-year rate analysis for the city. So in subsequent years, it would just be an update depending on changed circumstances. They would just take I'm assuming that you would want to rely on that rate consultant to do the annual, update, but it would be far less expensive and far less encompassing, because it would just be an update reviewing, the current revenues received and expenditures. Your capital improvement plan may not change at all, which, the update would be as simple as, the rates stand, as originally proposed. It's usually a far less extensive update.
John, in your opinion, what would that annual consultant fee be?
For the first year, between $5,000 and $7,500, and then the year after that, it could actually go down between $3,500 and $5,000. I talked to a consultant today because I knew that this would probably come up. So, but they will charge us.
Okay, so Councilmember Kellum's question is, if I'm restating it correctly, is there a way that can be done without that expense?
That would be up to council if they would want staff to go through this exercise. If I was doing this exercise, I'd go to page 8 on table 7 of the study, and I would go ahead and I could put those numbers, apply those numbers as to where I believe we're at, and we would see if those numbers came out to what our surplus or our deficit was. As you can see, the first year did you bring that? Oh, thank you, Daniel. As you can see, the first year, very, very thin, you're doing a 10%, but you only have a 240,000 surplus. Boy, that's really tight. But as you see over the years, if things don't change much, and things, unexpected things, and if this is projecting out, then you could see how the surplus goes up. So if council is concerned about that surplus and how we can keep the rate down a bit, then that number could come down. But this first year, 22, 23, that's pretty solid. I mean, I don't think you want to go and take a risk of going below $240,000, because I can't tell you what's going to happen in that fund or in that department that might require us to need that money. But going forward, though, that's how I would approach it. And I'd apply those numbers. But council may not agree with my assessment and want to go with a professional contractor, which then we would go back to Ralph Tillis. And he told me today the first year would be $500 to $7,500. He's just estimating, he doesn't know what's going to happen with the economy or whatever. And then after that, he said $3,500 to $5,000 each year after that. Because see, he's using his models and he's applying, all his graphs and whatever. And plus, these companies could charge $250 an hour. Who knows? Next year it might be $300. So, but yeah.
John would be comfortable giving a sufficiency overview. I have complete trust in my staff, especially those represented here tonight, every one of them. And I would be comfortable with that being the annual review. And that would have to be a few months before implementation. However, council could always decide they didn't like that evaluation and then spend the money to do it. I would recommend that we trust staff and ask them to do it as a staff review each year.
And I think the number to I was going to say just one last comment. The number to hone in on is what the surplus would be. So, council might change their tone if they said, well, that's showing we got a surplus of 561,000. How come we can't just have 300,000? Well, then that's council's choice, which might reduce the rate. That's how I would approach it next year.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify, that we could, use it an in-house evaluation and not have to pay that money every year. And this is a 5-year plan. So like John said, he would use these numbers. And my question is for John, if we don't adopt the 10%.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem, I got to stop. We're at 10:19. We need another extension, please. Of time. Sorry, it always falls on you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll make a motion. We extend another 10 minutes. I don't know. We're halfway through the agenda items again. Okay.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Willis to extend till 10:30, I'll call it. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis? 4. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 4-0 to extend to 10:30. Yes, back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just wanted to know if the 10% hike is a lot in one step, especially now with, the world in the position it's in, and is there any less we could do the first year and keep our head above water? I'm just looking for your opinion on that.
If you're looking for my opinion, I will have to go back and contact the contractor. These are their numbers. This is everything that's been put together. I am not manipulating this study. Next year, if I'm given the okay, I'll go ahead and do this. But this particular study here, and you say 10%, but you got to remember last year, the city manager, because of COVID, decided not to do a study, which saved us money, and also decided not to raise the sewer rate 2.5%. So in essence, this really is a 7.5% raise because we didn't do anything last year. So this is really
Yeah.
7.5%.
And the surplus margin is very small at 240,000.
It's very small.
Okay.
That's concerningly small.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 16-2022 and include that our staff may do the annual evaluation. Annual review, I should say.
Okay, let's just talk through it, make sure we got it. You want to approve it as written with an addition, it wouldn't be, okay, with an addition that staff will do some sort of internal review?
Right, because my understanding is if we have staff do it, and if we don't like, we can always have somebody else do it. So I would say and save the money. I trust our staff and I ask that he do the annual review.
Okay, got it. Looking for us, does that make sense to everyone in the council? At least, well, enough to second it, you know what you're seconding.
So, does that require any change to the language of the ordinance, Anthony? No? Okay.
You have to write it on a little sticky note. You gotta put it on your account.
Remind John every February.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Willis to approve it as written. That's it. Right, and we could take up consensus for your point. If that's it.
A public hearing.
This is a public hearing item. I have no cards. Daniel, do you have anyone in the audience?
No one remote, but we did get one email about it.
Okay. Did it meet the criteria that it would be read into the record? I guess.
It'll be included with the minutes.
Be included in the minutes, so we don't need to read this into the record, but okay. I saw, this came in today. Saw it was an concerned, and then I think another email came in opposition to it. So thank you very much. With that, we will close public hearing. Back to this council. No other comments?
I have one quick question, John, before he goes.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's a quick question. How much historical data do you have?
How much historical data for?
The sewer rates, revenues?
Oh, you mean to go back in the years?
Yeah.
Years? I mean, I've been here 10 years and we've had 2 studies. So you could go back 3 studies and see where, almost consistently, if you look back, it was like a 2% or 2.5% a year because it was done every year. So that I could take you back 13 years there. Prior to that, I'll have to look because I wasn't here.
Okay, that's, just wanted to know how much you had.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to see rates increase this year, but this study has value, so I'm not going to support it, but I like the additions. I like where this is headed, and I like the ability that we have. We can jump in at any point, and we have this to address. So 6 months off suspended would be, if we pass it, I would say we should suspend it for 6 months at least. But anyways, City Clerk, please call the vote.
Councilmember Davis? For. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
For.
Mayor Morrison?
Against?
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
For.
All right, public hearing item number 6, ordinance number 16/2022 passes 3-1. Moving on to item number 7 here, ordinance 06/2022. City Attorney.
Okay, this is phase 3 of the rezoning project, first ordinance. Actually, 2 ordinances. One's a comprehensive plan future land use map amendment, and the other is the corresponding rezoning ordinance. There'll be, for purposes of tonight, there'll be 1 public hearing to hear both ordinances, and then you vote on the ordinances separately. First ordinance is ordinance number 06-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a small-scale future land use map amendment by changing the future land use map designation of multiple parcels of real property located at 146, 147, 156, 157, 166, 167, 175, and 177 Anchorage Avenue, and more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A, attached here too, from C1 commercial to R2 residential, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, incorporation into the comprehensive plan, and an effective date. The rezoning ordinance is ordinance number 07-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a city-initiated rezoning of multiple parcels of real property located at 146, 147, 156, 157, 166, 167, 176, and 177 Anchorage Avenue from their respective current city C1 low-density commercial zoning district designation to the city R2 medium-density residential zoning district designation, providing the properties subject to this ordinance are more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A, attached here too, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, and an effective date.
Mayor, these are very similar to the last batch that we did. All the properties were properly noticed. The notification mailouts were done as required by code, and this hearing was held before the Planning and Zoning Board, and none of the owners appeared for any objections. Dave, anything to add? And this is true for all of these tonight.
Correct. There was no comments on any of the ordinances that you'll be considering this evening.
And these will all come back for second reading next month.
Thank you.
If we get through them. If we get through them.
Big F. I know this has been a heavy lift. You just did 06-2022, 07-2022. We had a nice little way of doing it last time. Public hearing for both of those, or do we need to do?
One public hearing for anybody, yeah, and then vote on each one separately.
But you just did both of them. We're good now. Back
I
to
read them in, yes.
This is a public, any questions for staff? Anything? Public hearing item? Have no cards? Seeing none here, seeing none virtually. Public hearing is closed. Back to this council.
I make a motion that we adopt ordinance 06-2022.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt ordinance 06-2022. City Clerk.
That was Willis.
It was Willis.
Okay.
Oh, what did I say? All right.
Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4. Motion passes 4-0.
I make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 07-2022.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, second by Councilmember Willis. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4. All right. Ordinance number 07-2022 passes 4-0. We're at 10:30 looking for an extension. Please set this longer than you think, not the exact amount when you make your motion and we try to get under it.
I'll make a motion, we extend to 11 p.m.
I'll second.
Seriously, and we get it done in 5 minutes. I don't care, but yeah. I think that's
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
That's the wise thing. Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to extend to 11 p.m. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4. Motion passes 4-0. Moving on to item number 8, which composed of ordinance number 08-22 and 09-2022. City Attorney.
Yep. Ordinance 08-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a small-scale future land use map amendment by changing the future land use map designation of multiple parcels of real property, generally known as the Bakerfield subdivision, formerly known as a portion of Ocean Gardens located on 146 and 148 Ocean Garden Lane and more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A attached here too, from C1 commercial to R2 residential, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, incorporation into the comprehensive plan, and an effective date. The corresponding rezoning ordinance is ordinance number 09-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a city-initiated rezoning of multiple parcels of real property, generally known as Bakerfield subdivision, formerly known as the part of Ocean Gardens, located on 146 and 148 Ocean Garden Lane, from their respective current city C1 low-density commercial zoning district designation to the city R2 medium-density residential zoning district designation, providing the property subject to this ordinance are more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A attached here too, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances, resolution, severability, and an effective date. First reading of the ordinances, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions for staff, council? All right. Public hearing item on ordinance number 08-2022 and 09-2022. Seeing no one in the audience and no one at home, public hearing is closed. Looking for
I
a
make a
motion.
motion. I'll make a motion to adopt 08-2022.
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt ordinance number 08-2022. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond, Councilmember Willis.
4. Ordinance number 08-2022 passes 4-0.
I make a motion, we adopt ordinance number 09-2022.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, second by Councilmember Willis to adopt ordinance 09-2022. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond, Councilmember Willis.
4. All right. Moving on to the next agenda item number 9, which is comprised of 2 ordinances, number 10-2022 and 11-2022. City Attorney.
Ordinance number 10-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a small-scale future land use map amendment by changing the future land use map designation of multiple parcels of real property generally known as the Gazella Townhomes located on North Atlantic Avenue and more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A attached here too, from C1 commercial to R2 residential, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, incorporation into the comprehensive plan, and an effective date. Corresponding rezoning ordinances, ordinance number 11-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a city-initiated rezoning of multiple parcels of real property generally known as Gazella Townhomes located on North Atlantic Avenue from their respective current city C1 low-density commercial zoning district designation to the city R2 medium-density residential zoning district designation, providing the property subject to this ordinance are more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A attached here too, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolution, severability, and an effective date. This is first reading of the ordinance, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. This is a public hearing item. Any questions from council? Open it up, seeing none virtually, none here. Mayor Pro Tem, we're getting a little loud, but you can stay unmuted. I think we're okay. Closed public hearing, seeing none. Back to this council, looking for a motion for number 10.
I make a motion, we adopt.
10-2022.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt ordinance number 10-2022. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond, Councilmember Willis.
4. Ordinance number 10-2022 passes 4-0. Looking for a motion, number 11.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 11-2022.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Willis to adopt ordinance number 11-2022. City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis,
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond, Councilmember Willis.
4.
Ordinance number 11-2022 passes 4-0. City Attorney, item number 10.
Ordinance number 12-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a small-scale future land use map amendment by changing the future land use map designation of multiple parcels of real property generally known as the Harbor Heights Townhomes and located at 111, 113, 115, 117, and 119 Harbor Drive, and more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A, attached here too, from C1 commercial to R2 residential, providing for the repeal of prior and consistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, incorporation into the comprehensive plan, and an effective date. The corresponding rezoning ordinance is ordinance number 13-22, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a city-initiated rezoning of multiple parcels of real property, generally known as the Harbor Heights Townhouses, and located at 111, 113, 115, 117, and 119 Harbor Drive, from the respective current city C1 low-density commercial zoning district designation to the city R2 medium-density residential zoning district designation, providing the property subject to this ordinance are more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A attached here too, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, and effective date. This is first reading of both ordinances, Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much, City Attorney. Ordinance number 12, 2022, and number 13, 2022, public hearing item. Seeing none here or virtually, thanks to our deputy clerk confirming, we're back to this council looking for a motion.
I make a motion, we adopt ordinance number 12, 2022.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Davis to adopt ordinance number 12, 2022. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
For.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
Ordinance number 1222 passes 4-0. Ordinance number 13. Looking for a motion to adopt.
Make a motion to adopt ordinance number 13-2022.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Davis to adopt ordinance number 13, 2022. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4. Ordinance number 13, 2022 passes 4-0. City Attorney, number 14 and 15.
Ordinance number 14-2022, ordinance of the City Council, City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a small-scale future land use map amendment by changing the future land use map designation of multiple parcels of real property located on 8801, 8803, and 8805 Seashell Lane, and 8802 and 8804 North Atlantic Avenue, more particularly depicted, legally described on Exhibit A attached here too, from C1 commercial to R2 residential, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, incorporation into the comprehensive plan, and an effective date. The corresponding rezoning ordinance is ordinance number 15-2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, adopting a city-initiated rezoning of multiple parcels of real property located on 8801, 8803, and 8805 Seashell Lane, and 8802 and 8804 North Atlantic Avenue, from their respective current city C1 low-density commercial zoning district designation to the city R2 medium-density residential zoning district designation, providing the property subject to this ordinance are more particularly depicted and legally described on Exhibit A, attached here too, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, severability, and an effective date. First reading of both these ordinances, Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Ordinance number 14, 2022 and number 15, 2022, public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Seeing none here, seeing none at home, public hearing is closed. Back to the council.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 14-2022.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Willis to adopt ordinance 14, 2022. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
Ordinance 14, 2022 passes 4-0. Ordinance number 15, 2022.
Make a motion to adopt ordinance number 15-2022.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Councilmember Davis to adopt. City Clerk?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
Ordinance number 15 passes 4-0. Thank y'all. We did good for that part. Okay, items for action. Item number 12, we're at 10:41 p.m. Just keeping track of time. Consideration and final action of a code enforcement special magistrate's report and recommendation regarding a request for a lien reduction for violations at 321 Johnson Avenue. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item was heard before the special magistrate at the last month's meeting. This special magistrate conducted a thorough analysis and evaluation report, which I've reviewed with each council member individually, as well as the history of this particular property and the lawsuits that came before it. They were lawsuits that were eventually dismissed with prejudice against the city. A settlement recommendation was approved for attorney's fees, and part of that settlement agreement negotiation was requested to be a staff recommendation on a reduction of code enforcement lien. And the ultimate result of that negotiation was that staff agreed to not recommend any reduction of the code enforcement lien. So unlike in other code enforcement cases, we did not make a recommendation on that. Went to the special magistrate, and the special magistrate also did not recommend any reduction. So the current value of the lien, Dave, correct me, is $80,000. I want to say 75,100. And that is the recommendation from, $74,150 is the recommendation. That's the full amount of the lien. It's a recommendation for the special magistrate for city council to consider this. You have all the input in front of you there. And if there's any other testimony or needed, I would be surprised. It's very thorough, and any questions would be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions for staff on this one? Mayor Pro Tem?
No,
Thank you
no,
very
sir.
much. I don't have any questions either. In general, I don't think it's a good idea. With that, and if we're ready, we can vote. And I think staff's recommendation, well, I don't know if you had one, if you need to go to it, but
under the code, the council should just review the recommendation of the special magistrate. If there's anyone else that wants to comment on it, certainly they can, and then the council can decide what to do. If the council agrees with the magistrate's recommendation, then the council can just simply motion to approve the recommendation of the special magistrate, which is to reject the application for a reduction of code enforcement lien.
I'll make a motion that we accept the special magistrate's report and recommendation regarding the lien, and deny the reduction. Is that right?
Correct. It works.
Okay.
It works.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
did you get that, City? But got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, a second by Councilmember Davis. If there's any public comments out there, Daniel, seeing none, I see none here. I don't have any comment cards. That's good. People had no comments to speak on this, so we're ready to call the vote.
Okay. Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond? Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right. Passes 4-0. Moving on to item number 13, Lucky 13 at 10:45 p.m. And what do you know? This discussion item is about having a shorter, more effective meeting while accommodating time for council to speak for each other, submitted by you, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. It's ironic it's 10:45 at night, 6 hours. Got here at 5. We should have had this number 1 on the agenda.
Right.
Why are we doing this at the end?
Yeah,
all right,
this is
all yours. We got a little bit of time.
okay. It kind of at this time at night, it kind of explains exactly what I was bringing up. Excuse me. I think it's time for us to have a informal workshop meeting on options that we can decide on together as a council. This is our meeting. This is our fault that these things go this long sometimes. I think it's not fair to the staff or the taxpayers. You know, look at the audience in front of you. We had probably a room full of people, and now there's none. You know, we want citizen involvement, but then these meetings are just too long. And also, like we have, what is it, 17, 18 agenda items? So I'm looking for consensus to schedule a workshop meeting in order to discuss the ways to make our council meetings more effective and a reasonable time to better serve taxpayers and staff, and to give us time to talk about, you know, things on the agenda. And, you know, the Tetra Tech is an example of an issue that could have been talked through at a workshop prior to the meeting and a business decision made quickly. And then the other point is we're spending in the new budget $50,000 for better communication. But if nobody's there, like right now, and nobody's listening at home because these meetings drag on, why are we spending that kind of money? So I think, you know, for us to take charge of our meetings, figure out what we're doing wrong or right, and, you know, there's different options. There's priority agenda workshops, reviews of Robert's orders and agenda format, limiting the number of agenda items, having a workshop. I know they used to have workshops before the council meetings, but we need to do better. And I'm asking council to come up to agree on a date in the near future for a workshop so we can more effectively do our job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I couldn't agree with you more. And I don't know what the solution is. I got lots of ideas. I heard some. I think we all have ideas. Talk shorter, you know, less items, meet twice a month, workshop things instead of having discussion items, efficiency in Robert's Rules of Order. All the above can be a win-win-win for everybody, staff, council, citizens, and the decision-making. At this time, it really starts to wear on you. I mean, when you start taking up serious items after 9 p.m., especially after we've had spirited talks and things that we're passionate about, I hope, you know, as you get towards the end of the agenda, it pulls a lot more strain. And I think it creates a lot of impatience, and we don't have to put ourselves in this situation. So Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for putting this on the agenda. I don't want to have to do another one of these meetings this long again. So the sooner the better, if we can come together and just, if I understand, you want to have a meeting about how to have better meetings. Is that right?
Yes, I think we can do a meeting about a meeting, and I'm looking for staff to maybe explore other options, other cities, how they do it, and help us as far as the, you know, looking at other options, and then bringing it back to, you know, a workshop meeting of the council. I know it has to be publicly noticed, but you know, an informal kind of workshop meeting. Let's, you know, like the budget, let's roll up our sleeves, figure it out, and how to do better meetings. That's what I'm looking for.
Agreed. Yep. I think that having it, just meeting at 5 o'clock before the next meeting would be better than not meeting at 5 o'clock if that's not something or doesn't conflict. Just to have a placeholder to offload, like Roundabout took up an hour. We could have done that at a 5 o'clock workshop today. Obviously, we're in a budget hearing, but in the future, some of these other things that were in there. So, council, any other comments on this? And Mayor Pro Tem, after we talk, we'll need a motion of what you want.
Brad, is asking one meeting?
I think the overall goal is to figure out a way to have more effective meetings.
But you're asking one meeting at this time, one meeting to discuss it, right? We're not setting up multiple
I'm asking for a workshop meeting. You know, maybe at the end of it, we decide as a council we need another one, hopefully not, but at least one to sit down and talk to each other openly and figure out how we can do this better. So I would say one meeting, and right now, and then hopefully we can come to a consensus, figure out a different format. You know, this is definitely not working, so we need to do something else. So yes, one workshop meeting and then another one if we need it, but let's get it right.
Okay, did that answer your question, Councilmember Davis? I think we're just looking, we don't know how long this will go, but the next meeting will be obviously August. Is that available for a flight? Because we got the budget. Yeah, I got the schedule right here. When would be the next opportunity? Do you want it to be a standalone? I mean, well, I'm asking all of us. Is yeah, August.
I would like to see it be a standalone so we're not rushed. I mean, if it goes from 5 to 6:30, you know, we're not rushed to, okay, let's get to the next meeting. I don't know how much staff needs to be there. I'm looking for them to help us to maybe give us some information on how other cities do it, but otherwise than that, I know Mia has to be there, but it is our meeting, and you know, we need to figure it out. So I would like a standalone meeting to start, just so we're not rushed. We're always rushed to finish things, and a lot of things get left undone. So
Is
that's what I'm-
16th the August meeting? The 16th of August? Is that the third Tuesday?
Yeah.
I'm looking, and so we got the workshop at 5. It's gonna probably feel a lot like tonight.
Also, we always, when you guys approve, you know, in November, you approve your, all your meetings. You also reserve that first Tuesday, if you want to have a meeting, so that it makes it easy to schedule something.
So Tuesday the 2nd would be the first real available day.
If you guys are available.
I would do it, respecting that Councilmember Raymond's not here to speak. We should identify maybe 2 or 3 reserve dates in the next, whatever they are. So I guess it would be August, September, October.
September, remember, though, well, you could do that Tuesday, but that, they moved, your first budget hearing got moved to the Wednesday in the first Wednesday in September. Sorry, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but.
Yep, September 7th.
But you could do the Tuesday for this workshop if you wanted to.
That would be the September 6th Tuesday.
Yeah, first Tuesday, and thanks.
I say we give it a shot. I mean, if we realize we can't make it, we cancel the meeting, but let's at least go to bed tonight and try to make that work. Does that work for everyone? And
I agree. I think we should pencil in August 2nd. Hopefully everybody can be there, but if, you know, let's put it down on the calendar and and go from there.
August 2nd is the first proposed date.
Is that give the staff enough time to get some ideas together to give us some ideas on how we can make this better?
We'll certainly do our best.
I say staff fits into that. If all of council can make it work, but staff can't, then let's give them one more date to punt to, and hopefully they can make it within the 2.
A suggestion, if we would wait till September 6th, that also gives council some time to do some research. And I would suggest that maybe council consider talking to other elected officials that you deal with on a monthly or regular basis. Maybe stop by and visit another local city council and see how they conduct. Actually see it, watch it, maybe watch a YouTube video, or maybe have them watch one of ours with you and say, here's some pointers. So that gets both sides of the team working on it.
Okay, so you're saying the 9/6?
Yes, sir.
So Mickey, we wanted to have 2 dates. The first one, August 2nd, staff's already saying, hey, September. So basically a month out works better and that gives everybody more time. Can we do September 6th?
Yeah, that sounds okay with me. It's just the budget meetings there, the regular, oh, I guess it's further enough away from I don't have a calendar in front of me either. Further enough away from the regular council meeting and the CRA meeting. Yeah, September 6th sounds good to me.
I can't see the header on this. That first column is the reserved column that you've got pulled up there.
Scroll up, Daniel.
Is that?
There's nothing to scroll to, I guess. Oh, there it is.
Agenda. Oh, no, that's the agenda cutoff date.
It says dates reserved if a meeting is necessary. See where it
Oh,
started?
I see the italicized.
Yeah, that's there every year.
Yep. So we got 8-2 right there. I see it now. Okay.
And then September 6th.
Sounds good. City clerk, city manager, what do you need from us to try to?
I would like to just restate that I think this is a team effort. I think that both sides of the dais can work on this, improving things. So we'll bring our best thoughts to it, and I ask that you bring your best thoughts to it as well.
And that would be September 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
That's
Okay.
a consensus? Yeah.
Mayor, you said 8-6. Did you earlier?
I don't know if I made an
Yeah, I
error.
think it's 9-6.
I don't even know.
That's 5 p.m.
It's not on there because it got moved. Normally that reserve date is on there and it got moved because you guys approved a Wednesday meeting.
So we could be having a meeting on 9-6 and 9-7.
Correct, back to back.
Sorry, I said 8-2.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we need, a motion or what do we need?
You just got consensus.
And
Okay,
that's 5 p.m.
5 p.m. on 9-6, recording consensus for that.
5 p.m.
We're okay with 5 p.m.? Any
Yes.
opposed? Say nay. Okay. No one's opposed. Hopefully, Councilmember Raymond, it works. 9-6, there it is. 5
Okay.
p.m. Okay. Well, anything else on that agenda item, Mayor Pro Tem? Kelly?
no, thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. That's an exciting one. And I believe
Everything else is informational, Mayor.
that concludes our meeting.
Yes, sir.
Any important, imperative, burning hot reports? Nothing? Folks, it is 10:59 p.m.
Wow.
This
I have a
meeting is
question. Mr.
adjourned.
Mayor,
What's your question?
so the next information, does it need to be brought back to like a old business in the next agenda, or we just read it for ourselves and?
It's information.
It's informational only.
No action needed.
Okay, all right, got it. Thank you.